Good morning and welcome. That's the scene right there. Legendary Toledo Bend Reservoir here. Manny, Louisiana. Welcome to the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. This is day 2 competition. Just about to get underway. We had the full field of 103 anglers competing yesterday. Full field out there again today, trying to figure out something that's going to set them apart from the rest of the field. Be in the top 50 at the end of this day. That's the #1 objective, so that you can fish on the weekend and hopefully make it all the way to Championship Sunday. So great to be bringing you Bassmaster Live, starting a brand new season here at one of the most celebrated places in the world for bass fishing. We got 7 hours of live coverage coming at you today. And Mark Zona, our playing field, a lot of terrific advanced billing, a lot of great expectations. The one thing to keep in mind is it is never a kick-in. Anyone can struggle in a place like this.
Well, struggle's a relative word. We got to see some guys on camera yesterday. Those are actually Tommy Sanders taking a look at Toledo Bend right there. We're going to start down by the dam. You're looking at about 65 miles long, 10 miles across. A little bit hard to get around yesterday with the wind, but you're taking a look right there at all of the catches and looking at the left side of your screen. That's an area that, if you have been to Toledo Bend, a very, very popular area from 6 Mile up to Housen right there. I think we're going to see a lot of that area today, Tommy, with a lot of your leaders taking a look at our takeoff right there in Manny, Louisiana, Cypress Bend Park. Gorgeous area. It's going to be popping all weekend long. Those folks know how to party. As you kind of go up above the bridge, not that many catches up there. I think some guys probably will gamble and run up the lake today, but for the most part, it was the same old Toledo Bend, very popular areas in decades past. Definitely played on day 1, and I think we're going to get a lot of looks at those areas today on day number 2.
Yeah, we're going to be with the top 6 anglers as per our weigh-in yesterday as they start and go through day number 2, one of our big moving days here. Try to remain there. They're in good position right there. Fujita right there is your leader after day number 1, busting 31 pounds. And we've got a bunch of pursuers who would like to do the same thing, and who's to say they can't do it on this day?
No doubt about it. A lot of your leaders really within sight of each other on day 1. But the one thing that we learned last year, the last 3 tournaments of the season, is if Koya Fujita gets a little bit of a lead, he really can excel. And the biggest thing, Tommy, he can excel with a lot of anglers around him, can fish very well in a crowd. The majority of his damage was done by 11:30 a.m. yesterday.
Okay, something to bear in mind as you look at our rules of the game. 5 fish limit per day. Of course, full field again today, and then we'll cut it to 50 after today and down to 10, the final 10 for Championship Sunday. There is our leaderboard as we start this day, and there's Koya Fujita on top. One of our rookies came here through the Opens EQ program. Robert G, a very impressive 29 pounds, keeping it a little closer, like we like here. Pat Schopper of Wisconsin certainly comes up big in big fish places. That's his history. Luke Palmer notched his first win last year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Stetson Blaylock, one of the most steady performers over the last 5 years, definitely in the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll be with those 5, plus Cody Huff as well. Really young, great electronics fishing expert from Missouri. And there we see the boat of Rick Clunn. We talked about Toledo Bend. It's been online for about 60 years. So is B.A.S.S. And not too long after this place was impounded and B.A.S.S. got started, this young man right here, Rick Clunn, started in fishing, and he is still going today. One of the most inspirational stories in all of sports. He's not just competing. He has the confidence that he can go out there and get it done, and no one disagrees with that. Just some incredible stuff, and all the things he's seen through the years. 4 classic wins, still stands as the record. Just an incredible career, and still going. Heading up to his 500th Bassmaster tournament. That's just a few events from now. We had a chance to talk to Rick Clunn about this place, his history with it, a little earlier in the week, and here's what he had to tell us.
I joined the Bass Club in that same time frame that Toledo was being impounded and filled up. And my first Bass Club tournament was the Pasadena Bass Club, just south of Houston. And my first tournament was on Toledo Bend. And of course, you can't imagine, I mean, the timber that was in that lake. Nobody can unless you saw it. I mean, you literally could not see the other shoreline. I mean, a squirrel could literally go from Texas to Louisiana and never touch the water or ground. I mean, obviously, he'd just from tree to tree to tree. It was amazing. I had a, I hate to even admit this, but my first bass boat didn't have a troll motor. You know, that shows you what I knew about bass fishing at that point. I'll never forget that, because I know how much timber is under the water even now.
Still completely relevant today. Not too many years ago, he notched really back-to-back, we will say it, for a single location, victories down at the St. Johns River.
Kind of honestly comprehend when he started bass fishing and talking about the forest that is here, not having a trolling motor on the front of the boat, compared to what we will see with your leader today and the technology that he's going to utilize.
It's a different planet, that's for sure.
It is a different planet, Tommy.
TH Marine Weather Watch today, a high of 74, much like yesterday. Very late, early spring feeling out there today. A low 46 tonight, maybe a little colder tonight, sunny. Northwest wind 4 miles an hour. That seems to be less than what we had yesterday.
Well, it was gusting a little bit more this morning, but the main thing is, obviously, it's a big shift coming from the south-southwest yesterday. Should be a little bit easier to get around today. And the one thing yesterday is a lot of the areas with that south-southwest wind, it was gassing in the morning. I mean, you're looking at 20 to 25 mile per hour gusts, and we had a lot of areas that were very condensed, a lot of anglers on top of each other. And we didn't get to see, look, on Toledo Bend, and a lot of our viewers on Bassmaster Live that fish at Toledo know this, there is a population of bass that, you know, live and migrate into the creeks, into the areas of housing and the little drains of Indian Mounds all the way to 6 Mile or Pirates Cove on the Louisiana side. But there's also a population of bass on this body of water that is born, lives, and dies out on that main lake, out on that main river channel. They spawn out there, they eat out there, they thrive out there. They're not as pressured out there. And some of our anglers, I believe today that we have on camera, will try to exploit that, because generally there is a little bit more quality, maybe not as big a population as we're seeing in like areas like housing, but I think we're going to see a little bit more main lake today.
Well, here's what we saw yesterday at the weigh-in. Starting with Wesley Gore, 22 pounds and 8 ounces. The rookie, Ben Milliken, 22 pounds, 9 ounces. We're in the boat with him all day yesterday. Interesting guy.
Had a big day with Milliken. How about this guy, Back to the Future?
Oh, yeah.
Young Jordan Lee right there. Won him a couple big derbies here. The Bassmaster Elite Series, 2 classics from there. Kobe Krieger living in Florida with a giant. About midday yesterday, Kobe Krieger sitting with 23.7.
Cody Huff's got a new rider out on the Elite Series with him, and he had a great day there, coming up in 6th place with 23 pounds and 9 ounces. The aforementioned Stetson Blaylock, again, one of the most consistent performers. Really looking forward to this event.
Exactly, and one angler we're going to keep our eye on today, Luke Palmer, kind of exploiting a little bit of shallow water fishing. Lost, get this, lost 4 bass yesterday over 6 pounds. From there, as Such said, he just kept reeling them in from Wisconsin. Pat Schopper, strong day, 27.4.
Another one of our strong rookies came to the weigh-in stage and nailed down 2nd place. How about Robert G. from Knoxville, Tennessee, a big performer on the Opens EQ last year. That's the way he got here, with a high finish in points there. And he finished high yesterday, but not as high as this man. 31.3 from a winner as a rookie last year, and a great performer, Koya Fujita.
Yeah, Koya is for real. Yesterday with Milliken, had a camera in his boat. And it was a little bit, boy, you just kind of thought it was a little bit grimy in the morning. A lot of smaller fish. We did get to see him catch one about 4.5 pounds early, which was our power pole replay of the day. And Milliken said he has some areas on the Texas side of Toledo Bend and some areas over on the Louisiana side in Pirates Cove, where we saw Van Dam one several years ago. And it was just not going, but if you really kind of watched Milliken's morning, he would catch a 3 to 3 3/4 pound fish and kind of discard it, like, oh, I've got a small one, so built a small limit. But it was really, and I got to hear the pre-show with Ronnie and Such, it was really after we got off air that he took some big shots later in the day. There was a lot of big bass caught really from about 2 to 3:30 p.m. yesterday, making slow upgrades, predominantly fishing from, call it 10 out to about 20 to 25 feet of water, stumps, standing timber. And in the area of the lake that he's in that we're seeing a lot of pressure, really from Indian Mounds down to 6 Mile, he was a little further in the creek than the crowd that was out in the mouth.
Well, the reason this lake is the reason he's out here in large part, because that's what allowed him to place in the final spot in the Open ZQs last year. A great event there. Not fishing the same way, of course, as we've mentioned before, but still very talented. A lot of talent on display.
No doubt about it. You could tell that he is the real deal with technology. Big one there late in the day, and we definitely talked about this, the way he won this Open last year. Big baits, clay points, hard spots. That is not the gig. He said when you're coming out of winter, you can still catch a big one, but the numbers on those big baits just don't happen this time of year.
Well, Koya Fujita certainly established himself as an impact man on the Bassmaster Elite Series in his rookie season last year, and absolutely has not lost a step, getting off to that big lead on day number 1.
Yeah, and the thing to watch this morning is just how much company is going to be in that area that Fujita absolutely climbed on him yesterday. And basically, Fujita is just sitting on a highway where they come through to go spawn. When they spawn, they go right back through it to get to the main lake. A lot of grass in that area, but the predominant, talking to Davey Hite, Davey was able to talk with Koya Fujita after he weighed in yesterday. Deep timber, a little bit of bait in those areas, but one thing to be said, he absolutely put on a show for the other anglers around him early yesterday morning.
Said at the weigh-in he's going back, starting the same place.
I would think it's a good place to start.
Yeah, probably a good place. He said if the big ones don't show up, I'll go to a place where I catch 3s, 4s, and 5s, and just make that work somehow.
I think Davey also told us that yesterday was his biggest largemouth stringer that he has caught.
Ever had, yeah.
But it also told Davey he was not surprised he caught it by the practice that he had the 3 days prior.
All right. Well, we got our anglers still. The takeoff going on just started at 7 o'clock local time, 8 a.m. Eastern time, so it's going to be a while before, a little bit, just a few minutes before the first anglers in the first flight are set up and good to go.
Let's go here.
Okay.
Last year, you know this, Tommy, I'm like every viewer on Bassmaster Live, that I want to know what did they catch them on? What was the bait, right?
Yep.
We got nothing. We got nothing.
Now,
with
wait
our
a minute.
leader.
You
no,
always
we got
get
nothing.
something.
Okay. No, I actually don't.
We know generally what kind of bait.
I think so. I'm going to say it's a jig head minnow style, especially looking at the photo gallery. It looked a little bit different as far as his jig head. It looked almost a little more like a flick shake style. But I can tell you, Davey said had absolutely no luck at all finding out what he's using. So
okay.
there you go.
We'll hope for better luck today.
Yeah.
We should be helped out by the fact that we'll have a camera in the boat with him. So that's good. That's going to.
It didn't work last year.
We can only hope. We try to be eternal optimists here, and we are optimistic about a great day on Toledo Bend. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. So glad to have you with us. Of course, Mark Zona, you have heard from here. We have Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukan, and Z. I tell you what, we know where the fish are headed. We know what their objective is. Well, we know more about their schedule as we go through this morning.
I think the biggest surprise on day one, especially for the folks that joined us yesterday, it was really fun to hang with Jason Christie and Greg Hackney, who started up shallow, stayed up shallow, lived there. And they're down in the bottom of the standings. Evidently, with the forward-facing sonar, bass don't go shallow anymore. They quit doing that in the last 3 years. But
that's not true, I don't think.
Here's the problem a lot of those shallow water anglers will have on Toledo. We're still in late winter time right now, very, very early spring. And there are thousands and thousands of just 3 to 4.5 pound bass throughout this lake. And it's just hard to keep up with that, especially when you can mix in a 6, a 7, all the way up to a 9. I think the one dark horse that's in our top 10 right now is to really watch Luke Palmer, who exploited Deep water fishing right near Fujita early yesterday, but went up shallow, 3 to 8 foot of water on a spawning flat, and said, I got to see where those deep ones that Fujita is catching, I see exactly where they're going, and I think I'm on that highway. So I think Luke Palmer is the biggest one to watch here on day number 2.
Ronnie Moore, day number 2. We always look forward to that because we're with the top 6 here. What changes is that going to bring to what we see happen today on Bassmaster Live?
Well, I think, like Z said, we're going to see a lot of electronics, specialists do their thing. And one thing I wanted to note was we talk about the rookies, and if you're picking them for your fantasy team or you're trying to figure out who's going to be successful, normally we see 5 or 6, maybe about 50% of our rookies will be in the top 50 in the first event of the season. Tommy, we have 9 of our 10 rookies in the top 39.
Wow,
that's
so it is absolutely incredible what they brought to their first day of work. 25 bags, over 20 pounds. So they've got their work cut out for them. But at Toledo Bend, somebody who catches 15 yesterday can catch 32 today, and they'll be right back in the hunt tomorrow.
Such, people out there are saying, yeah, rookies, veterans, yeah, I want to know about 10-pounders. Bring Such on. Such, go.
Missed just
Century
barely.
bells.
Brian New, 9.5 pounder. Luke Palmer had the 9.6 and Kobe Krieger 9.5. We do have 4 anglers on pace for century belts, though, led by Fujita.
All right.
Luke Palmer's got 20.
You like that, don't you, Such? You love them century belts.
Okay, I think we can get out on the water. Take a look at some fishing here. It's the moment we've been waiting for, and we get out there with Colgate, Oklahoma's Luke Palmer, first-time winner last year on the Elite Series.
Let me think about this.
Okay.
Caught a huge bag
Everybody
yesterday. Was mad
situated
at
where
his
we're at
weight.
and where everything will calm down. I kind of am. We kind of got a nice wind, what we kind of wanted. It's not too much. We should be able to fish. Just a matter of finding the right hole. See what happens. It's definitely a nice, smooth ride this morning in here anyway. That was nice. Didn't beat us to death.
$25-1 yesterday, not happy with
He was not in a good mood after the weigh-in.
I'm running across a hole.
Literally said he lost on a, and here's what's weird, on a bladed jig and
These
a
fish
jerk
have kind of
bait.
moved every day that I've fished out here and stuff, so just kind of gotta keep the troll motor down and just keep moving.
Lost 4
As you run
over
across
6.
like little pods of them, there'll be like 3 or 4 in a pod when you find a hole and stuff, so it can happen in a hurry. Today it probably won't. It'll take all day probably today.
Yeah, he would have been over 30 pounds if he caught 2 of those 6-pounders.
Absolutely. And the
Eat it.
area that he's in, hydrilla and a mix of eelgrass, 3 to 8 feet of water, big flat. I believe Kobe Krieger was in that area too. And the key to that flat, eerily similar, I know this sounds nuts, it's kind of like Redfish 101, is potholes, clean, hard areas in that grass that those fish will kind of stop in, more than likely spawn in. He said one of those 6-pounders that he lost yesterday had about 15 with him.
It is awesome when you're fishing for 100 grand and you get rolled in on. It's pretty sweet.
Luke Palmer, his 6th year with the Elite Series, 15th in Angler of the Year competition last year.
It has to be, though, an awesome feeling. He said when he came through here in practice, caught a 9-pounder on a jerkbait, which does not suck.
Definitely started
Tommy,
off a lot faster yesterday.
is to know, if you look out in front of him, to
Oh yeah, I had
know
one with like 2 casts.
the quality that is in front of you.
Luke Palmer, of
might
course,
be on
as we
that
say,
outside.
disappointed after a 25-pound day yesterday, but pro that he is, he composed himself and actually had time to deliver to us something very important, our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Luke Palmer, and I'm here at Toledo Bend. We're in that stage of right before spawn. There's still some fish out deep, and I've been picking them off with Yum sonar minnow. Several different. I really like the translucent colors for this clear water. It seems to really get those fish to go ahead and commit to it a lot better than, say, a bright white. So that's why I'm sticking with, and sonar minnow is going to get me through here on the Toledo.
As Pro Shop's top lures, Luke Palmer, who lists, you follow Lake in Oklahoma and also Texoma as being his main home waters.
And that sonar minnow is what caught his biggest one yesterday, and a couple really solid ones. But generally felt like, and he got to see the Koya Fujita show yesterday up close. I mean, a couple yards away, pretty much watch that beat down go down. And a lot of our anglers too. One thing that we're going to see a lot of today, sunlight. Whether you're fishing up shallow like Luke Palmer in 3 to 8 feet of water or out deep, just seems like that sunlight. There's definitely been an early morning bite for your guys fishing out deep, forward facing sonar, and then a late bite. But every one of our leaders said that sunlight definitely will help today.
Yesterday we had pretty much a cloud cover for the first couple of hours of fishing. Some different conditions today, maybe more favorable with regards to wind and sun. Of course, we got a Toledo Bend Reservoir that's in great shape. People compare it to 10 years ago when it was on top of our Bassmaster Magazine 100 best lakes to fish in America for bass. Koya Fujita on top right now. No big changes yet on our leaderboard. Robert G. Pat Schopper, Luke Palmer, all the way down to a returning Jordan Lee to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Ben Milliken, whom we spent a lot of time with yesterday. A veteran, Cody Krieger, had himself a good day yesterday. We will be in with the top 6 all day long. Keep you updated on everything as regards Bass Track. We are on our way for day 2.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Elite, Toledo Bend, Manny, Louisiana. So great to be able to bring you this live coverage this morning. Brought to you by Yamaha. We appreciate that. A look at one of the greatest fisheries of all time in play again for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the 19th top-level Bassmaster tournament here, but we haven't been here since 2017, 7 years ago. That was before Luke Palmer was fishing. Luke Palmer, a great day yesterday, and before Pat Schopper was fishing with the Elite Series.
Hunter Schrock had the first fish on Bass Track today, and Rick Clunn's on the board today.
take it, baby. Take it. All right. I ate the food, baby. I had to chase him around. He ain't that big, but 3.5. Start the day with that.
Nice solid one right there for Pat Schopper. Jig head minnow, pretty much all of his damage yesterday. Not a big surprise from Pat Schopper. Gonna head over to Robert G. Came down here before the cutoff and said there were schools back when it was colder. Past a month ago, he said there were some schools that were 200 to 400 bass. Not the case here now, but definitely the quality still in the same area that he found them a month ago. Had a big day one in his debut here on the Elite Series.
Specific cover, they're just kind of moving around, swimming. Yeah, their feet. Yeah, they are. It's full feed. Like these fish are pretty much the fish you see like in the fall time that are feeding on
There's the fish right there. His bait is just to the left
feeding
of
on
it.
shad. You know what I mean? Like blowing up, throwing top water at them. Yeah, so right now I'm going up a ditch and there's bait everywhere, and I'm trying to just see the fish pulling up here, still feeding up before they spawn. Just feed bait. They kind of these fish are kind of doing the, like, I feel like they've been on bait since the fall last year, and they were blowing up on them up shallow, like on points and stuff in the fall time of the year, but they just followed them out to the main lake, and now they're following them back into the creeks, and they're going to spawn here shortly. But they've just been on bait since the fall, so I'm just following the fish, and that's what Live Scope really has helped me over the past like 2 or 3 years, is being able to follow the fish and like where those bait chasers go, because you'd always lose them after you stopped catching them on topwater in the fall. But now you can follow them out to where they actually go. We used to couldn't really do that unless you were using 2D, so it's pretty awesome.
Get a good look at that drain right there. A lot of standing timber, big schools, threadfin shad, which are only about, threadfin shad are about 1 inch to 1.5 inches long. And here's what's really interesting that we've learned is a lot of our anglers, a lot of our leaders in this tournament said those fish will actually, the bass, you see his bait going down right there toward, you notice how that bass is above the school of bait?
Got him.
Got him. I want you to, this is really bizarre. On this lake, a lot of the leaders have said the fish will actually suspend above the bait and rest, and then they'll see them go down into the bait. Where a lot of places we've been to, they're always, and a lot of our viewers know this, they're below the bait and will come up through it. That is not the case here on Toledo. A lot of those fish suspend above the pods of bait, the blankets of bait.
These things, it's pretty funny. They swim straight to the boat because they're very curious creatures. You'll just see them swim at you, and sometimes you'll see them like come up and check out the prop, because they're very curious and they see a big silver shiny thing and they come up and check out the prop, and then you'll have like 4 or 5 just staring at your motor for 10 or 12 seconds. It's pretty crazy. They think it's like a big spoon or something, but pretty awesome. I love doing this stuff. I've been doing it all winter time, and I think it's really helped me out this week. But yeah, since it's slick calm today, they're gonna be like coming up and checking out the boat. Put like 2 pounder or 2 1/4.
The rookie Robert G, the big performer last year on the Opens EQ circuit, had 2 top 10s, 2 top 20s in 9 events. His worst finish was here, 79th
He said
place.
that. Yes.
Yeah. Big Vols fan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I learned that yesterday.
He's actually allowed to be because he went there. He
sure.
paid money and went to school there, so we can't.
Yeah, he's not one of those
can't hate
trying
on
to be
him.
obnoxious.
Yeah, but yeah, for sure.
Right.
Which is most of. I'm just kidding.
Said
Sorry,
the
that's
majority of where he cut his teeth doing this on Dale Hollow the last couple years, doing this during the winter time. Great wintertime lake. Did he compare one of the blades on his prop to that the fish were coming to look at it like a spoon? Is that what I heard?
big shiny.
Okay.
He said
that,
All right,
yeah.
big shiny
Back here,
thing.
though, I don't know if I'll catch any real big ones. I'm just coming back here to try to catch like 12 to 15 pounds, so I can build on that. So I can, just in case there's nowhere else I go today, have at least some safety. Kind of trying to save my areas. You know what I mean? Because I still haven't hit a few areas. Because a 4-day tournament, you know how it is.
Well, there is a lot of bait and a lot of timber.
But I'm gonna
in
go
that
check
area.
everything today. Like I want to run it all, just so I know what's what and what's not.
Brian New just brought in a 5.5
This morning,
pounder.
the bait's real higher in the water column than it usually is back here, so they're gonna be floating up high. So I'm throwing a 1/8 ounce jig head at them. That really seems to be the key, a real slow moving bait over them. Like they love it, they can't resist it. They just see a little minnow floating above their heads, and they get real happy.
So you think they're more today? You're saying that the bait fish seem to be higher up in the water column. That the fish are looking up instead of down.
Yeah. Yeah, all these fish are looking up. I haven't caught one fish all week where I've casted to it and let it fall to the bottom. And that's usually how it is until they start spawning.
You're truly getting a picture right there. See the bait suspended in the middle of the screen of the dynamic that we never knew in bass fishing. We thought, there was a lot of fish throughout the winter time and what we've learned the summertime that suspend. But I think what you've seen here the last month, what you've seen on Bassmaster Live the last few years, there is an incredible population of bass that probably never come shallow, ever.
Never come shallow.
Never. Which, everything that, you always heard a suspended bass was a ghost fish, and it's not anymore. It's probably going to be the most pressured fish for the next 30 years.
Okay, our leader still. Actually, number G has taken over the lead from Kyoya Fujita.
He's 1 ounce back. Fujita is of G.
Yeah. Good side. Yeah.
Good start right there for Fujita. And if you looked at his console right there, you notice his forward-facing sonar graph has a cover on it. That is to make sure Jake Latondras does not get any footage of what he's doing.
Very good. Stay pegged, baby. Stay pegged.
Back to Luke Palmer, who's hooked up.
Both of these anglers, Fujita and Palmer, basically in the same region, just doing different things.
Yeah, not near as big as I thought she was. But it'll get her started. I was wondering if we was ever going to get started. I can catch a bass.
Luke said starting a little slower than it was yesterday for him, but he's got plenty of time to catch up. Back to Robert G. Getting to see his screen, very instructive.
You see that high rider right there to the right of that pole timber. Just meeting up with that pole timber right there. His bait's going down.
Oh.
Good one. Oh! Dang it. Dang it. I'm gonna retie. Put a new jig head on. That sucks. That was like a freaking 4-pounder. Ah. It's all good. You'll have that. That was a good sign. That fish looked really light. So I think it looked really white. So I think they're moving in, hopefully. But that sucks to lose one like that.
Robert G. Don't want to have too many of those. And this is out there today. Still in all, he is doing very, very well, but Julia Fujita has regained the lead and actually stretched it out a little bit.
When we showed the Hemphill Gang photos yesterday, Nixon, Harold Allen, I feel like Robert G could probably fit in that group. I don't know, maybe
we
I'm
could
off
paste
on
his
that.
picture in there,
I
and
don't know.
I think people would like that.
Give me a break.
We like what we're seeing, of course, out here on Toledo Bend. We always do, and we're just getting started with day number 2. Bassmaster Live and the Gamakatsu Elite. Bassmaster Elite Series stop number 1 is brought to you by Ranger Boats. Also sponsored by Rapala and by Yamaha. About an hour's fishing, well, nearly an hour's fishing under our belt here. Got 7 hours, 7+ to fish for these anglers. Plenty of live coverage on the way.
A little party going on right there.
Oh, yes. That's 185,000 acres. And
not known as Party Cove, but that is what is going on today.
It's gonna get even happier.
Yes, it is. Out to Stetson
they're
Blaylock
moving
Live.
different directions, so it's hard to, you've got to like get the cast right in front of them for them to see it. All right, this time he should see it. Yep, he sees it. He's on it. Let's see if he's gonna get it. Nope. You can almost see it's like they get on it hard and then they just back off. He's on it. Not a real big one, but a nice one. Solid way to start the day right there. Little Yum forward-facing sonar minnow. Nice 3 3/4 to start the morning right there, baby. Let's get a weight on this one for you guys. I always get criticized for my bass track being wrong, but I'm fixing to tell y'all exactly what they weigh today. We're gonna be dead on. All right, 4.4. That's what the scale says. Lens, kids, that one's for y'all this morning. Love y'all.
Stetson fishing a little bit deeper yesterday, 40 to 50 feet of water. Definitely were some high riders in 0 down to about 10 foot suspended, but said he felt a lot of the pressure in that region of the lake on the Texas side of Toledo Bend. He caught several bass yesterday on a jig head minnow, 1/2 ounce weight, which is a little heavier than we usually hear, but obviously we had a lot of wind yesterday. Said he caught a lot of fish on the bottom in that depth yesterday.
Patrick Walters jumping into our top 10 at 5th place. He's got 4 fish, including the 5-pounder today.
And as we're kind of in this new, even though forward-facing,
that one on that hook, it's getting them.
Sonar's been around for several years now. It's interesting to listen to the guys that are phenomenal with it, because
14. That was a 15-inch.
Do hear a lot of different theories right now. Like, obviously for boat control, you want a day like this. You can control your boat, you can get, the biggest thing is processing the, go ahead, Sue.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? Mark Fraser with a 7-pound.
Indeed. Mark
Needed it, had a tough day yesterday.
Yeah, rough day. It was 98th after day one, about 10 pounds.
But here's what's funny, and I'll give you like a case in point. Yesterday we had big winds. Is I talked to one angler that was in our top 6 yesterday, and he said, oh, I like when there's, you know, it's hard boat control wise and to present your bait, which is the biggest key of this, obviously. Yeah. But he said that having that wind, those fish do not know I'm there. Oh. They know I'm there when it's calm. I talked to another angler the very next call that said, boy, I do not like that wind, because when my boat's slapping, those fish know that I'm there.
Well, and some were talking about.
So I don't think we're quite there on knowing what exactly.
Well, and some anglers, when I was there Wednesday, were talking about how when it's calmer, sunnier, they'll ride higher, especially if they're sunning their eggs, and that 7 to 12 foot range under the boat is like the easiest depth to catch them in. You can catch them on multiple types of baits, but when it was super windy and it's crashing in on places that they'll sink down to,
they're not sunning.
To 20 foot, 25 foot, and that's harder for them to catch them because they're not as close to the water column.
If you really think about it, though, just from a simple biology, man, and comfort, we're still being in winter. Say the surface temp where Koya's at, the surface temp is 58, right? Dude, down there 20 feet, it's probably 50.
40, yeah, 49.
And that is the one thing throughout practice. We had really, really cold, calm conditions. There were fish that were inches under the surface.
Yeah.
out in this, you know, over the abyss, over 30 to 50 feet of water.
They're looking for that radiation this time of year. Gives you a good idea, our Lance Bird's idea of the crowd that Coy is dealing with here, and as he did all day yesterday.
And all of his bass day one, I said this early in the broadcast, they were all hardwood related. This is the second one he caught right under the boat.
Whoa. Catfish.
Oh, catfish.
No. Yeah.
He thought that was a 11-pounder right under his boat.
Might be.
I don't like catfish.
Doesn't like him, does he, Tommy? Not like you, Fred.
No.
Not like me.
Dame.
Yeah, dame.
Koya. Can you give me update on the Japanese?
Update?
Can you speak Japanese?
Oh. 今朝は魚が少ないです。プレッシャーで多分晴れてるのもあるし。
Catfish right there from Koya Fujita. Gonna take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, and this is a massive one. About 186,000 acres of prime bass fishing habitat. And really, Toledo Bend kind of slid down about 3 or 4 years ago, and even a slide down Toledo Bend is pretty impressive. I know we've got it at 181,000, but when we get near full pool, you get a little bit more water in there. And the one thing about Toledo Bend, you really can't see it listening to Rick Clunn, is how much timber is under the water here. And when you combine that timber with hydrilla, we got to talk to Daryl Gleason. He said, boy, when that hydrilla came back a couple years ago, instantly, you look at about 2 or 3 years and that lake will rebound impressively and quickly. Taking a look at where a lot of those anglers are at, the Housen area. So many anglers. We looked at your leaders there, but there are a lot more competitors in that region of the lake. Back in 2016, this was ranked the #1 bass fishing lake in the country. But the main thing, a lot of those anglers sitting on that highway, that little creek channel where it meets the main river channel, Tommy Sanders, the mix of hardwoods, hydrilla, and a lot of spawning flats in that region of the lake. That was your Humminbird Unlock the Lake, and it was all over, literally, the map.
It was, yeah. Takes up a lot of the map. Just Toledo Bend, just a huge place, and to be so productive and so resistant to pressure and all those other things that sort of can keep a waterway back. Boy, they've got it going on right now. It's in an up period. Lakes go up, lakes go down, but right now it is up, especially for Koya Fujita, hanging on to his lead. Robert G hanging with him as best he can and doing a pretty good job of it. Brian New has vaulted his way into the top 10. He's a guy that, man, he's a horse for this time of year, Brian New is. Absolutely. He's proven that before. Pat Schopper and Patrick Walters. Patrick Walters sneaking in the top 5. That is worthy of note. Bassmaster Elite Series, the Gamakatsu Elite. Stop #1 2024 for the Bassmaster Elite Series at legendary Toledo Bend Lake. The live coverage brought to you by Yamaha. We got live for you, going all the way almost to weigh-in time today. So we've got a lot of fishing to look forward to. These 103 anglers have been looking so much forward to this starting place right here.
Wow,
because
it's popular. Look at that right there.
Gosh, everybody wants to be here on the weekend, but half of them will not be. So today's assignment is very, very critical. Be in the top 50. Let's get out to one of our top 10 to start the day. Missouri's Cody Huff.
Boy, if there's somebody dangerous at this style fishing, got to learn it last year and the year before. Cody Huff pretty much lives with that forward-facing sonar, and he is one of the anglers, obviously fishing a little bit deeper in the mouth of this drain, but you will definitely see Cody Huff, see that his bait fallen. You will see him out on the main lake later today.
Patrick Walters first to a limit from 27th to 3rd place.
Said he
Not a great big one.
caught well over 20
get us going.
pounds every day of practice. A nice old chunk right there.
Caught a lot worse this week. Got a bad start. I told you he was a good one, man. I threw to that. It was a pair of them. Came up and ate it and just lost him. He just took off swimming again, and I got pretty fortunate for him to want to bite it again.
Good one there for Cody Huff in his 3rd year as a Bassmaster Elite Series. Finished 3rd place at Champlain last year, had a good season. 30th in AOY points.
Well, that's a good look over his shoulder right there, though. Right in the mouth of that drain, where that drain meets the main lake. Really right on the highway back to Pat Schopper, just south of Cody Huff.
The littlest one ate it. Little frickin' spot.
And if you're not familiar with Cody Huff's game either, I know we just left him, but he won twice here back-to-back weeks in 2020. He won a college event, turned around and registered for a 3-day semi-pro event, won that one as well, doing the same pattern. He carried over a couple weeks. That was more of a winter to pre-spawn rather than what we're doing right now, later February.
We do not want him at the end of the day, but we'll take him right now.
Pat Schopper, great day yesterday, looking to replicate that performance today. Let's hear right now from our associate, the great Davey Hite, former Classic champ, 2-time Bassmaster Angler of the Year, also bass fishing fan, Davey Hite. And I'm going to ask you the first question as a fan. We saw some things yesterday that maybe we wouldn't have seen 5 years ago on Toledo Bend, things that were working. As a fan, what would you like to see on the menu today? What would you like to see?
Yeah. I would like to see another 31-pound stringer, maybe even 2 or 3 of them, but I really and truly would like to see at least one of those upper 20 to 30-pound stringers come from less than 5 feet of water on a jig, on a vibrating jig, on a spinnerbait, something like that. That's what I would like to see as a fan. I'd just be honest.
Us too. Davey, real quick, obviously it's been the biggest topic in bass fishing the last couple of years, but you are part that B.A.S.S has put together. You are part of a committee that is doing basically a study on how these boats are rigged, kind of what the, what is transpiring in our sport. What exactly, tell me what this committee is gathering and where you see this going. Because Tommy and I, we have no clue what's going on. We're not part of the community. Committee.
Well, Z, it's, there's a lot of unknown with the forward-facing, era that we are in. And when we first started seeing some guys using it, well, it's just another tool. But now it's absolutely incredible to look at some of these boats, the way they're rigged with, 2, 3, 4, 5 forward-facing transducers on those boats. So, there's just a lot of talk. It's certainly changed the sport. Now, it's changed the sport in one way, but it hasn't. I'm right here where the party is going down, by the way, at the mouth of 6 Mile and Housing. And there would be a lot of boats fishing here 30 years ago. So it's no real surprise that this is a great area this time of the year. But the surprise is how these anglers, 9 out of 10 of them are out here over 20 to 40 feet of water fishing for these fish using their electronics. So it has changed so much. You know, and we want to have fun. The allure of the unknown has been a big part of tournament fishing for my whole career. And now that unknown is kind of gone away because you can actually see those fish, how they react to your baits and that sort of thing. So a lot of people say, hey, I don't like this, a forward facing, that's not real fishing. And credit to the folks at B.A.S.S, Chase Anderson in particular. Hey, we need to look at this and see how it's affecting our sport and how it might continue to affect our sport, being able to entertain the fan, because the fan is what we're all here for. So just really want to get a grasp on how it is affecting the sport. And the first thing we did before the first event was to look at every angler's boat and see how they have it rigged, where they're using the forward facing, some of them off the transom, some of them off the front, some of them with a little, you know, stick off the side of the console there where they could pan around and look with the forward facing. So really there's just a lot to be learned about how it's going to affect the sport in the future.
Davey, one other thing, I'm going to pull the curtain back. One of the, it's our job for Bassmaster, and it has been for the last 20 years. I think it's fair to say, Tommy, I don't want to speak out of, I'm going to throw you under the bus right now. We asked one favor yesterday. We asked the same favor last year with Koya Fujita to just get us, what is the lures that he is using? And the only information you gave me was, he's catching them in hardwood out in 20 to 40 feet of water. That's all you gave us. That's all. You didn't really serve the fan here on day number 2. Davey, what's the deal?
So, Z, that would be like, you not doing what I asked you to do, and I say, how about give me $10 million, Z? I mean, that would be about as easy for you to do for me as it was for me to go to Koya and say, show me the baits you caught them on today.
So one of the things that we have noticed in this tournament, obviously that area in housing, as you said, it got used to get pressure, and it did. It got tons of pressure back when you fished the Bassmasters. But it's a same but different, Davey. Back when you guys would fish, it was more in that mid-range, that 10 to 20 feet of water. The one thing that we have learned with forward-facing sonar, we're out in the abyss, man. We're out in the unknown, like you said, chasing. We know a lot more about the ghost fish now that for decades was the unknown, and just how many bass live out there and die out there.
Yeah, Z, you're exactly right. I heard you mention earlier about how many fish that probably never go to the bank. And I learned many years ago that some fish do not go to the bank. They spawn out here on this timber, on the tops of a broken off tree, on horizontal limbs and that sort of thing. But it is absolutely amazing what we're seeing now with the forward-facing sonar. A large number of fish never go to the bank. And I don't know what that number is, but it's a lot bigger number than I ever thought it was. Maybe half of the bass, a lot of the real big ones, never go to the bank.
Davey, in years past, we see in big lakes, small lakes, a lot of people converging on certain areas, and where a lot of our conversation was talking about, are they going to exhaust the fish there? Are they going to be able to sustain for 4 days? Now that we know more about how many are down there, how many are out there, is that less of a concern now?
Well, that's something we need to learn, Tommy. I mean, I think that's part of what the technical committee is going to try to do, is really. And it's going to take time to see if it's really affecting the population of the fish, being able to fish for so many of these fish that don't ever go shallow. And I don't know if anyone really knows the answer to that. It'll take years to really maybe find that out. But here's the thing, like I mentioned, the allure of the unknown. What has changed so much, in my opinion, is 30 years ago when I was fishing a Bassmaster event, or 25 years ago, Bassmaster event here on Toledo Bend, I would be in the same area, and if I didn't catch one in an hour, I might go to the bank and do something different. I'll change things up. I'm looking right at Kioya right now. He's going nowhere. He pans around, and he might move with his trolling motor quickly for about 50 or 60 yards, but then he settles in because he's looking at one. And it just takes away a lot of that unknown. I'm not saying it's a terrible thing. We'll find out, and everybody's certainly entitled to their opinion. But it's just like, no, they're not all gone because I'm looking at them. We just can't get them to bite.
Davey, that's great stuff. We're all trying to put the puzzle together, and we appreciate your efforts to keep the conversation going. I think we'll know more the more we talk about it, and that's a good thing.
How did he turn that lure situation back on me?
Hey.
How did he do that?
He's
good.
Well,
he is
and
a
he airs
wizard.
your finances that you have 10 million waiting.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I don't have.
Yeah, he zigged when you zagged. I think.
Yes.
Back to Robert G. Spent a lot of time with him today.
Well, there is a lot of bait in that little pinch point, that little drain that he's in off the main lake on the Louisiana side. See, he has his screen about 90 feet in front of the boat, fishing in about 35 feet of water.
Comes his lure and
wow,
bang.
It was a high rider. Gosh, just under the surface.
Oh my gosh. It's a mean sucker. Come here. Little guy.
This is a very weird time in bass fishing. I'm being dead serious. Obviously, there's a lot of folks that like forward-facing sonar. It's obviously more fun to do it.
Then watch it,
but there's a lot of folks that do not. But here's the one thing connected with that. I believe we have learned more about bass behavior, true bass behavior, in the last 3 years than we have in the last 40.
I would agree.
Because the notion, just me being
that one was
younger
following
than you
my
guys
motor.
Growing up was when those
put my
fish
scope up under my
suspend
boat
and get
and
off
he
the
came
bank,
out.
They're uncatchable. They're in a non-feeding mode. They're not going to be active. They're out there just chilling. Yet we see how many bite and actively pursue your bait when they're out there.
They're out there eating.
Yes, and we thought they would just suspend when they were in a funky mood and they didn't want to do anything.
Spoon on our motor.
Whereas if they're on a brush pile, they're there to eat, and it's not the case.
And you're going to see a Bassmaster Elite Series angler. I truly believe this. That will never, I talked to Newell about this last week, that will never have caught a bass without using that. That is
mind-boggling.
That is coming, if not already here.
Yeah.
But small one.
Spot.
Oh, that's
Wow. Yeah.
hot.
On the move.
But you're right near the boat lane right there. I mean, letting it rip.
Yeah.
Virtual tie now between Fujita and G with each fish. They kind of trade back and forth in that top slot.
Our nation qualifier, Timothy Doob, who's down in the 90s day one. He's up to 17th. A limit.
From 90th?
Let me get a look at this real quick. Hold on. This is like a scene out of Caddyshack. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Loaded up and moving on.
It's even weirder as a camera boat covering someone and they're right on the channel and you're not allowed to be where they are. You have to be out in the channel or on the other side of it. It is.
Hey, but Coy is in the highway, so.
Oh, no.
In many ways.
That's right.
Best line in Caddyshack. Hey, you scratched my anchor.
Give me a break.
Might be a little more of that as the weekend gets closer and
Oh,
closer.
I would, yeah.
Maybe tomorrow even more.
slower this morning, obviously, for Koya Fujita.
Yeah,
definitely.
Had a lot of his work done by this time yesterday.
And as we heard Davey Hite say, he's got a lot of backup with 3 to 4 pounders. His primary area where he dropped 30 yesterday.
There we go again. Oh, boy.
Beautiful shot from above. Cameraman Wes Miller getting it done.
Yeah, if you're going to fish next to the interstate, then
you're going
to have a little traffic.
Going to have traffic.
AOI.
Ah, yes.
Slanking around.
Easier to move around today.
It is.
Obviously.
Absolutely.
A little less wind. Koya Fujita and Robert G, again, as we said, they're kind of back and forth for that top spot right now. Some good battle between them. But but for Fujita, as you said, Mark Zone, a little bit behind schedule, a little bit of a different setup today. We'll be working on that for a while. Patrick Walters, noted him moving into the top 10 and now all the way up into 3rd place. Schopper, new. Hunter Shryock also joining our top 10. Plenty more on the way from Toledo Bend. All in for day number 2 here on Bassmaster Live. Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Toledo Bend. First stop of the year for the elites in 2024. And Koya Fujita, Robert G, occupying 1st and 2nd all morning long here. Top of the leaderboard, we see Patrick Walters making his presence known here, and it's a pretty big-time presence based on the last few years of fishing. Pat Schopper of Wisconsin having himself a good tournament as well. Of course, out here on Toledo Bend, one of the most celebrated fisheries on earth. And today, it's easier to move around.
Let it eat.
That's good news and bad news, depending on where you're sitting trying to get the job done. But
oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I don't care. I'm glad we're here. So
pour the coals to it.
Yeah, more of that, please. Hey, welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Guys, you remember yesterday there was all this word about the phones being down, and our phones. A lot of our phones went down yesterday.
It was the start of the purge.
Yeah, I guess so, maybe so, but everything's because the one reason I was worried about that because I was sort of looking for an alert, a bulletin I've been on the lookout for, and I'll share with you now what that is. I was in it because it finally came through. The Bass Fishing Hall of Fame has just completed their voting on the induction class for next year's. For this year's, it'll be this year's Hall of Fame induction ceremony, and among the ones that were elected, I think 5. We'll have the full list. One of them was one Mark Zona. So, how about that news? Huh?
Wow! Oh, that is humbling. That is. I'm very. It's very rare. I'm at a loss for words. That is. Thank you. Thank everybody that watches Bassmaster, Zona Show. My family. Whoa. This building.
Yeah.
You.
Hall of Fame.
You. I've been married to you. I visit my wife.
I above all people can talk about at length how deserving you are of this award. It's the Hall of Fame, and your fame in the industry, what you've done for the sport of fishing is incomparable.
That is, besides that's an amazing deal, man. I'm shaken right now, and it's I've dedicated my life to this. And this building. I remember the first time I walked through that door and I saw Jerry McInnes and Mike McInnes and you, and I was terrified. I'm sweating right now. Everything. I don't know what to do with my hands. That is one of the most humbling things ever. For the simple fact, when I was nominated, I thought, man, I'm a dork. I'm a loser, which is true. But the all of you guys have been family. And I love this game. I love this game. I love everybody that watches this. D. Wayne in Alabama, Alabama get basket. I don't even know where I'm saying right now. But I owe you. You always hear this, and I don't even know a camera to look at. You try to surround yourself with people that are smarter than you, better than you, and I've done that. I've done that in this building, and B.A.S.S has let me misbehave for 20 years while trying to give some valid information. And all right, so let's do a power pole replay of the day or something.
One more thing.
Oh my gosh, man!
In the words of the
look at that hog right there.
Look at that man right there. So deserving. Again, so many. It's
let's party
so
or
right.
do something.
So right that you're. But in the words of the late great Ron Franklin, our associate from years, and guess what else? Another inductee who happens to be in the building right now, that's coming up, is Mike McInnes, our boss.
The most deserved.
How about that?
The most deserved.
Let's hear it from Mike McInnes as well.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, man. That is
Mike McInnes.
That is. Mike's just still happy that the Kansas City Chiefs won a new Super Bowl. By the way, he caught that bass right there just north of 9 Mile in Lake St. Clair with me last year. Good big hog. I mean, I'm speaking for Mike right now. He's in my ear, but. You guys are family. The viewers are family of this, and I cannot put into words how humbled I am. I know Mike is too, because trust me, Mike should be in the Hall of Fame 10 years ago.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But that's dang it, man.
Tommy,
That's
I
cool
do
deal.
believe also Mike and Jerry McInnes would be the first father-son duo in the Hall of Fame.
That would be right.
I do believe
Yeah.
that's another stat and fact of that is innovative group.
That's an inevitability.
I appreciate you guys as the young one of the group. When I was a kid, coming up to y'all at Classics and bothering you, and you said work hard and you never know when your dreams will come true.
Well, I still mean that.
And I appreciate you what you guys have done to inspire the young generation, which I can speak for.
Well, thank you for that, Ronnie.
Thank you. Back out of the water.
Okay.
Let's get back with that guy that was letting it eat, letting it rip. Thank you. That's unbelievable.
It's big and it's so deserved.
I love you,
So
T.
deserved.
I love
you too.
It's amazing.
Let's just let this settle down here.
You need a Kleenex, Z?
No, in all honesty, I thought that whole purge was really starting right there. What are we doing right
when
now?
I started talking about
What's
it,
happening?
I was hoping I'd get you a little bit there. Good stuff.
Almost like they might have got buried up in that grass instead of sitting in the holes today.
Biggest limit so far. Today on day number 2, Patrick Walters. Were you hooked up?
Oh, bigger. Yeah. 5. Yeah. 6? Yeah, maybe 6. Yeah.
Why don't we slide this guy in the Hall of Fame right now, Tommy?
And the Elite 10.
Yeah, just beat the rush, you know, get it
I'll
done.
pass it on to him, man.
No.
See Latondras focusing in on that fluid. I did not get it.
Beautiful.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Very fast.
Very fat.
Wow.
And that's the deal Davey talked about. If it's been a little bit of a lull, other times you might have left in the past, and he's still poking around the same area.
5.5.
Yeah.
Which is a 5.5.
Well, that is a blowed up pre-spawner right there. But hey, actually, you know, that does tell a story as close as those boats have been running. You saw that one big hardwood, which I thought for as high as Wes had that drone, I thought that was a channel marker, but it was a big diameter hardwood. That told you, if you fish a lot of these southern reservoirs, that he was right on those hardwoods go right on the edge of those channels, right? But if you see as close as these boats are running, shows how much he is in that main creek channel staying, but you know what I'm saying, not straying away from it.
Right. Now we talk about memorable performances. Take you back to Lake Champlain. Certainly was for Kyoya. Fujita, he had already had a third place.
We talked about how it's kind of overdue for Kyoya, and it was only his 8th elite event. He had been close that many times.
Second in Seminole to get his season going, third at Murray, third at St. Lawrence, and he goes to Champlain and just absolutely puts on an incredible performance. That was a marathon peak performance, to be sure.
He's dreamed of this his whole life, but it only took him 8 events in his rookie season. From Japan, the Prince of Japanese Angling, Kyoya Fujita, an Elite Series champion, the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain belongs to Kyoya Fujita.
I don't know, but fishing pressure?
Huh?
Fishing pressure?
Oh, fishing pressure?
Yeah.
Too many people?
Yes.
See the red down there? Jeff Gustafson just got into our top 10, knocking out Timothy Dube, who caught a 6-pounder. Big bag of the day so far at 17 pounds from 93rd. He was in our top 10 a second ago.
If this is on a Friday, I can't wait until tomorrow.
It's just going to be like Mad Max tomorrow. I mean, come on, that is going to be something else. Back over to Pride of Elva, Wisconsin, Pat Schopper. He was 4th place at Seminole last year, as a matter of fact. Just behind Kyoya.
It'll be interesting. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more pressure there tomorrow looking at Schopper hooked up. But this is the major highway of the most popular, one of the most popular spawning creeks on the lake. Obviously, the watercolor really, really good there.
I don't think he's very big. He's just a little one. Look big. That's how you wanted to get it.
And let's be honest, if you've never been here and you're like, these guys are fishing right near each other, right on top, it's been like that way at Toledo Bend forever. It's when you find a swing in a channel that's marked by a buoy, you know, because it's got the right depth, or there's a piece of timber, like, it's always been, but it would just be a big football jig, Carolina rig. You stop here during a certain portion of the day, not stay there all day.
Look at that cloud of threadfin right there. You see a high rider right in the middle of those two hardwoods.
And here comes the lure.
Right
Ooh,
on
there
it.
it is.
Right on it.
Nope.
Ah.
Swing and a miss. Well, actually, not a swing.
I'm surprised he let it fall down below. Normally they will keep it above him. And then he's right on him again. Perfect cast. Got him that time. Wow.
Is that a strike? No, it's a spot. I think he'll keep. Little spotty.
Try to face this way if you're going to weigh him this way.
Okay. There's a keeper. There's number 5.
Robert G. That keeper right there, fifth keeper, going to put him back on top by a fractional amount, ahead of Kyoya Fujita, and he is definitely our current leader in Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year standings.
114.
Again, we talked about his very successful campaign to get out here to the Bassmaster Elite Series, long a dream of his. Performed terrifically last season in the EQ, the Elite Qualifying Series. Fourth place in points in that with 2 top 10s, and 2 top 20s. That's
try to see
man, against that field, 9 events. That's great.
Well, I'm gonna see if any of these are.
Man, everybody is having a time on it. There he is. It bowed up.
Hooked up.
It is.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Practice for their big dirt.
That's
tomorrow.
awesome. That is awesome. Look at Dad tell him to keep it down, turn around, don't show the other. I know that move. That's great.
Man, out of school on Friday doing that. That's what you call the perfect Friday.
Dad of the year.
Dad of the year.
I don't know how, if I went back in my high school and middle school time, I was a pretty healthy kid, but I seemingly always got sick the Friday before we went fishing on the weekend, and then Dad would have to come get me at school early. It's just the craziest thing. I was always
weird coincidence, isn't it?
sick.
Wait now. Hold up now.
What do you make of that?
All right, something we saw at St. Clair.
And Murray.
Yeah,
That was the hidden one at Murray, yeah.
Till Koya says what it is, don't want to give it away, but that is something that we definitely got to see last year. You're right, absolutely saw that on Murray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't the crab at Murray. That was the
No,
decoy.
it was, right, it was not.
The crab didn't do it.
Decoy.
I thought it was a crab. Possibly some future Hall of Famers out there
Man,
that
we
we're
got-
watching today. How about that?
We're almost outnumbered with Hall of Famers in here, Such, at the desk.
Gotta
Even
say,
if
it's
Davey
most of
comes
the
in
crew.
here. Yeah, if Davey comes in. We got half the crew.
Davey will be here next week.
Yeah.
Sitting in the chair. How about that? Fujita on top right now. Robert G. giving chase there along with Schopper, Waters, and Jacob Fouts now has moved into our top 10. Fourth-year angler there with
David
over
Mullins.
31 pounds. Things are happening. Things are popping on Toledo Bend.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Bassmaster Live, and the two important words today, Toledo Bend. That's where we are, the incredible, legendary fishery here. We take a look at our leaderboard, and Kyoya Fujita started the day with the lead. He's still got the lead. One thing that's interesting to note, it's a little bit of a slower start. We're still in the first 2 hours of fishing, but really there's only one angler who started in our top 10 who has a limit as it stands right now, and I find that a little bit surprising. That's surprising. Things can, blow wide open at any moment. Everyone on the water knows that. That is for sure. And but moving up with a limit into the top 10. Now we've had others outside have moved up, and primary among them was this man right here, Patrick Walters. Take a look at his day so far.
Exactly right. Mercury move of the day, and he was the big pick. If you did not join us on day number 1 here on Toledo Bend, he was the pick for a lot of us goons for Angler of the Year here in 2024. Starting the day with a 5-pounder with a lot of room to grow so far. Getting it done all the way till 8:30, catching a limit, but a pile of 2 to 2.5 pounders, which generally means in Patrick Walters' live well are all 3 to 3.5 pounders more than likely.
There you go.
Patrick Walters, you are the Mercury move of the morning.
I got the Stetson Blaylock. Only 2 keepers for Stetson so far today.
You're saying Walters 14.6 is more like 18.6 maybe?
Gosh, what in the world? My line got wrapped around my reel. It's not a big one, but that was a little bit of a fiasco.
Excuse me, that is fish number 2, okay? Had a pretty good one, 3 3/4 to start the day.
I think one of the interesting things in that
2.8,
region of the lake,
2.10.
talking to Stetson, Luke Palmer, and what we know about
2.9.
Goya and Pat Schopper, is it's obvious there is just a massive amount of fish that come through there, because pretty much all of those anglers fishing in that region, all different depth zones as far as the bottom.
Okay. Back to Fujita.
Tommy, you were mentioning Robert G was the only guy among our top 10 who had a limit, and it's only about 1/3 of his day one weight.
Wow.
Yeah, good size. Yes. Yes, pipe. Yeah. Mm, 4.5. Yeah. Good stuff.
Number 4 from Fujita right there. That's pretty meaningful. Good fish for him. Puts him up around 15.5 pounds, approximately. Back to Luke Palmer.
How to suck on live 101.
It's got the 1 in the live well.
Yeah, that was amazing yesterday to listen to that area hydrilla
That's true. I
mixed
mean, we can't only
with
go up from where we're at, really.
little bit of eel grass. But he said the main thing, those potholes, those clean holes in there, which he didn't really, he said, I don't know if they're wanting to get
That's
to those hard
normally how it is.
spots
When I have a 3 o'clock weigh-in, it's like
to spawn, but he said they certainly reload throughout the day.
it's got to be a pretty decent one. KBD grab. It's a miracle. Finally. Not a big one, but it is another fish. Can I get, oh yeah?
Corrected on our angler from the nation. It's Timothy Doobie, and he's still having a good day, 17 pounds. Hopefully he can make the cut. He's very disappointed to have 3 fish.
Guys that didn't have a limit
Not
yet.
catch a limit yesterday. Wow.
He said on social media, he said, the good thing is they're still out there because I didn't bring them into the weigh-in, so I'm going to catch them today. Maybe first day nerves on the job.
Doobie.
Understandable.
Doobie.
Play lock again.
Not a great big one, but a nice one. Not a great big one, but a real nice one. Oh, he's skinny as a rail. Never mind. Still a good one to get, but hook just fell right out.
Well, you learn it is just hard to compete shallow when there's the numbers of that size bass. It's something that we got to talk about earlier today. When there's
he was down there deep too.
When there's your filler fish are that size with a bunch of melon heads mixed in between.
3.5. Put him on the little side because we're going to have to get rid of that one. But getting some fish in the boat, that's what we got to do. Stay consistent, just stay on top of the fish. Get them as we can. And it'll all come together.
We're to Luke Palmer.
Yeah, and the biggest key, taking a look at that right there, is looking at that mega view, looking at that 360, is potholes, clean holes in the grass. When he hooked one of those 6-pounders yesterday, and it just blew up, he said there was a half dozen to a dozen of equal size. He said they just get really weary when you catch one of them. Then you got to rotate, let it rest, let it just simmer down, and you can come back through.
Looking at 360, you can see them isolated patches, that eelgrass sitting out there.
And here's what's interesting, looking at what he did and what Kobe Krieger did.
Able to stop, drop the old poles down.
In 3 to 8 feet of water, there's obviously some 8 to 10 pounders up shallow in that area, as there is out near Koya Fujita.
Couple pretty decent ones out there too.
And as much as forward-facing sonar shows you where to cast, that is equally as deadly, especially when you're on a grass flat and you could see the exact cast to make.
Got to move from the youngest to ever qualify for the elites. Trey McKinney was 21st. He now has jumped into 3rd place. He's got a limit with 14 pounds. His 19th birthday is Sunday. Let's see if he can make
19.
it.
19.
I asked him on Wednesday when they came through boat inspection, I said, sir, do you have your learner's permit that we can check, make sure the dates are valid and it's not out of date?
How early do you have to get up to get your paper route in before you?
That's crazy.
Before you.
And we'll have Aaron Yavorsky. He's 17. He'll turn 18 a week before the Bassmaster Classic, and he qualified from the team championship.
What we say, Ronnie, Trey McKinney has 4 full seasons to become the youngest ever elite winner.
Yeah.
Of Jay Shakura, 23.
Yes.
4 seasons.
This whole season he'll be 19. Next year 20, 21, 22, and then he'll have. Yeah.
Start that and he'll turn 23.
With the technology, is there a minimum age? Like, can we have a 7th grader on the Elite Series
no,
in the next?
16. You have to
They're
be
sponsoring elementary school guys nowadays.
Got it.
I worked up the ages of the 10 guys who made the elites from the EQ last year. It's 24.8, and the year before it's 31. This year, the top 10 in the EQ point standings are about 31, back to normal. Of course, we got Ish and Clark Ream, guys who are 40, kind of blow that average.
Are you not counting our 2 winners because they're not EQ
not
qualified?
Yet.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
well, one is not going to fish all
yeah,
year.
that's right.
Scott Martin isn't either, so no, I'm not counting him. Just the EQ points.
Okay.
So the elites are getting younger and the class is getting older, is what Such is saying.
Who knows from this season? 25 Classic.
Begging, begging. Good one.
Nice. Great coverage, man.
There we go. Okay. There's 2 of them chublins. That one we can weigh. That one should be 4. All right.
Here's something that's actually amazing with Pat Schopper. He did not start in this area yesterday. He said, I didn't come here until noon. I said, you know, he's right near Hoya. And I said, are you going to start there? Yeah, I'm going to start there on day 2.
Yeah, he was reeling them in yesterday afternoon for sure.
4.5. I mean, bad baby, bad baby. Look at that thing. Just a tank. These fish are so gorgeous here. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right, okay.
Fish was like 17 and a half inches and was about 12 inches around.
We just got He's hooked up with a begging down there too. Get out of here, you weren't here yesterday. Just leave me alone.
Pat's even nice when he's not being happy, Pat.
Shoo, go on with you.
Yeah, go on now.
Shoo.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, go on, Jimmy Jack.
Pat Schopper. Right. Kind of picking up where he left off yesterday. Gotten himself into the top 3. That is good work. Actually, top 2. He's tied for second place with Robert G. Trey McKinney coming in here into our top 4. Ricky Stetson, Blaylock, of course, the veteran in 5th place. We've got a good lineup on top of our leaderboard and lots of movement as well. Bassmaster Live, we are just now slipping into our 3rd hour of fishing, just barely getting into it right now. The day is still young. Day number 2 of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Toledo Bend, Manny, Louisiana. Our fantastic host city. Our sponsorship for Bassmaster Live is provided by Yamaha. And we are rolling into this day number 2. We got Kyoya Fujita on top with 47 pounds, 15 ounces, kind of on track.
Yeah, we kind of got to set the scene on day 1 here at Toledo Bend as we're bringing it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. When we're talking about some numbers that day 1 told us that kind of set the tone for the week and have our expectations pretty high for Toledo, even though it seemed tough on Bassmaster Live, we were with some different anglers who maybe had different strategies. Now that we're with the leaders, we're kind of dialing it in, the potential that Toledo has this week. But looking at the day 1 weigh-in, some notable numbers that we had. Robert G, obviously, it was our highest rookie, 2nd place in the tournament, 29 pounds even. These 3 numbers, 25, top 39, and 9.8 are some notable numbers. There were 25 bags over 20 pounds yesterday, which is a great, sign throughout the field that the weights went down. I think 16.5 was the top 50 cut. And then out of those 25, there were 4 or 5 anglers on pace for the Century Club, 100 pounds there. Then when we talk about the top 39, what is significant about that? All 9 of our Bassmaster Opens qualifiers. We have 10 rookies on the Elite Series, Tim Doobie from the Nation, and then we have 9 that qualified from the Opens. All 9 of them were in the top 39 after day 1 on the standings yesterday, which is absolutely incredible. Normally we have about a 50% top 50 rate for the rookies in the first event of the season. So we have almost 100% rate today. And then 9-8, we're keeping an eye on those 10-pounders. We've seen Toledo pump out in January and February 10, 11, 12-pounders, and I believe even a 15 was caught, maybe not at Toledo, but in the near vicinity just last month. So we'll keep an eye on 9-8. If it gets broken, that was Brian New's Big Bass from day one. But guys, with 25 bags over 20 pounds, with warming trends, and with a couple already on pace for 100 pounds, Century Club is quite a possibility in week one, if not next week for sure.
Am I out of line right now? Just because it's been an odd morning, am I out of line to say, looking at that David G profile, is he a direct descendant of a young Greg Hackney?
He does.
In all honesty,
Robert,
I'm serious.
He
Should we do a Bruce Cash animation?
He presents some Greg.
He
some
really
Greg
does.
Hackney, circa 2003.
I think
sort
so.
Of like that.
I
Yeah.
think
You like
so.
it? You think so, Z?
I like it. There's no doubt about it. That's all I had. That's all I had. Century Clubs, we've had them.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, we mentioned, we're just
I got nothing today.
Our third hour of fishing. We got Fujita on track for sure.
His head already.
We've got him. We've had him. There.
We've got him.
There was Brandon Cobb in his magical season of 2019 at Lake Fork there.
Yep.
Big time smashing the Century Club mark.
Kept reeling them in.
So we had 41 anglers in B.A.S.S history break the Century Club. 41 anglers have done it, and it's happened 58 times. Obviously, we've done it on 9 different bodies of water, and we've done it 5 straight years, right, Such? This would be
5.
6 in a row.
Tybee started the Elite Series in 2006.
With the pressure, a lot of these tournaments that you're looking at on Fork and a lot of the places that we've gone, a lot of the field was dispersed, right?
Right.
A lot of the field was dispersed. That is not the situation here on Toledo Bend. A lot of the field, a lot of your leaders are condensed. I don't know that you're going to see multiple Century belts here if we see 1 or maybe 2, just because looking at a lot of these tournaments where these 100, it was popping all over the body of water that we saw those Century belts given out. That is not the case. It's not like you're seeing 25 to 30 pounds being mauled all over Toledo Bend.
By people being left alone.
Yes. What I'm saying, you're seeing a lot of cannibalizing going on in this certain tournament. Bassmaster Live.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm thinking make it through to Saturday, it's going to be a crowd out there too, right?
It's going to be.
I mean, cut the field in half, and then there's still going to be
you
another
say that,
tournament.
but what's weird is this lake is a lot like Fork. It's a lot like Gunnersville, a lot like Okeechobee, where it's here. The bizarro thing is it still sustains the beating, not just from this tournament, the beating that it gets daily and then amplified on the weekends.
Back to Pat Schopper.
Little one came off the bottom. Oh, dang. There's a school of them up there. This one came off the bottom. I don't want him, but I'm gonna put him in there.
Schopper will be fishing his 3rd Classic next month, Grand Lake in Oklahoma, Tulsa. Back to Robert G.
One of the anglers that has lived on the Louisiana side of Toledo Bend. Not a lot of company. See a couple low riders there. 2 of them to the right side of that middle pod of bait.
One is
he's got some attention.
I see you.
Yeah. I don't like you so much. Or?
Huh. It's coming on.
Z, how important is it on that first presentation to a fish, even if they're that deep, to get them intrigued?
If he catches it on the second cast, I'm going to say not very.
Oh, yeah. Sucker.
So he just threw about 8 to 10 feet to the right of it. That fish is now heading to the right. Uh-oh.
Oh, it just snapped back quick. Oh, you can see him.
It's gonna happen.
That's cool.
Wow.
That is cool stuff. It's very hard to do without the electronics. Really.
Is it?
Very hard to do.
It's even hard to do with them for some people.
Not easy.
Boom. That's more like it. That's more like it.
Yeah, and that, you know, that fish took, it took 3
I got a
casts
cold.
to get it to fire, and it's more really just getting their attention. You notice how and here's one thing, obviously you have to make that cast, make that presentation, in that it's getting their attention. Getting their attention and not letting that bait
I'm not
go
a weigher guy,
past them.
but this
Above them. Get it level,
cold beam,
bring it up.
It's the most accurate cold beam I've ever seen. If y'all are in the market for a new cold beam, because I know some of the ones that are on the market are kind of not very good. This one is unbelievable. So that one's good.
Good cold beam right there. And the other thing is their window on a lake like this, their general compared to, let's say, a Lanier or a Hartwell or a Cayuga or St. Lawrence, their visual window here of seeing your bait is smaller than it would be on a body of water where they could see your bait 10 feet away, where you can almost misfire and still catch them. Your window has to be a little bit tighter.
And even guys like Schlapper or G saying the water's clear, that's relative. It's not blown out. It's not dirty.
Right.
But yeah, clear.
Right. It's
clear
Toledo
and Lanier and Hartwell is a whole nother.
Oh,
Yeah,
boys.
you're right.
Oh boy.
They're in trouble. Coming for old Fajita.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's go.
Gosh, they're built so good. Pre-spawn and eating, right?
That didn't fool me. I thought that was the replay.
That's what I'm talking about.
That happened so fast.
Give me some.
Amazing. That is gonna. He was 9 pounds back for a moment there, and he's gonna cut that lead there.
Yeah.
Considerably.
I told you big toads were swimming out here. One is good.
Well, it's hard to look past where you are here at Toledo Bend. It's so fantastic, but hey, not too far away. In fact, next week, next Thursday, February 29th, it starts our coverage of the second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the AFCO Elite at Lake Fork, Texas. Considerably smaller, but man, its reputation for putting out big bass is unmatchable.
Got a question for you about that tournament when we come back from break.
All right, we'll look into it when we get back. Can't wait for that one. For the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite Series from Toledo Bend, Manny, Louisiana, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Third hour of fishing here. We were talking about Lake Fork, all the Century Club buzz there. We had a Century Club festival there the last time we were there in 2022.
Definitely did. Didn't get to see the topwater action we did in the past with Lee Livesey, but finding an actual area that he said was new to him. And on the west side of Lake Fork in that tournament, getting it done in basically about 2 primary areas. A lot of nice jig fish and cranking fish in that tournament. Might not be that this time around, but the question I have for you, will the winning weight at Lake Fork be higher there than here on Toledo Bend. What say you, Tommy Sanders?
Boy, that's going to be tough to beat here. 113 pounds 11 ounces was the winning weight at Lake Fork.
Do you think it? Do you think?
You're just saying this year?
Next week, is it going to?
Yes. Will Lake Fork be higher than Toledo Bend this week?
I don't know. I'm not educated enough to know. We've never been there exactly this time, have we?
Well, they are big in girth. Yes. You say yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I say yes.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm a little less positive on a Century Club with how day one went here. But I think it's a guarantee there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Livesey, Palnick, Swindle, and Lehue all got Century Club belts.
Okay.
Oh, guys keep catching like Chris Johnston, who just landed a 9-pounder up to big bag of the day, 18-12, fourth place.
Schopper still hanging in there. Third place, 7 pounds back.
Spots today. It's a little bigger one, though, a little bigger spot. So most of the time I don't cast at them when they're down by the bottom. But every once in a while, that's a fat one. I love spotted bass, they're so pretty. But we don't really want them in our bag today. But he's gonna help. He might be a 2-pounder.
I don't think that's one shot we bring to the weigh-in by the end of the day.
Just good cast. Get on him.
I think he's only got one in his live well.
Yeah,
He
come
really
on
wants
up.
to bring in 4.5.
It's not acting like a bass. It's moving too slow, but. We're gonna find out. There's no way that's a bass. If it's a bass, it's a lake record. It's fighting like one, though. It's a bass. It's coming up. Oh my God, Father! Oh my God, Father! Oh my God, Father! Oh my God, Father! Stay down! Come on, baby. We need you big time. Get over here. Come here. Holy crap. That's a 10, baby. I told you that was a big one. Whew. Okay, I gotta. That's why you want to hook them. Oh my God, Father, he was swimming too slow to be a bass, but I guess when they're 10 pounds, I can't, my hands aren't working. Look at that thing. That might be a 10. I mean, I've caught a lot of 10s in my life, and that baby's got a lot of attributes. We're gonna find out. Oh, my heart. Come on, baby. Come on. He ain't even 9. He's only an 8.5. Here we got 21 now, baby. Yeah, baby. 8.5. All right, okay. Decent? How's your burger? That one's, God, that's awesome. I'm talking. We don't need to put a clip on him. I told you if it was a bass, it was a Giant.
Wow, there's no doubt.
Yeah, we're going to see more Century clubs for sure at Toledo.
Right. There's no doubt.
Done deal right there.
Yeah. When that blimp first porpoise, you're just like, oh no. Just keep your eye on it, wait for it.
Oh my God.
Exactly. That right there is the juice. Heard Pat Schopper. You don't usually hear this from a gentleman from Wisconsin. I have caught a lot of 10s. Right? That is what you come to Toledo Bend for. Big one right there. Calls out about 1 pound and 3. Look at it again. I mean, big in. Not having a clue what to do with his hands. That has been the theme here on day number 2. That is a great, great fish catch. Power pole replay of the day. Wisconsin angler.
You seen him come up?
Oh my God, Father
like
is right.
Pat
Schopper.
But see, usually, like when he started coming up the second time, I'm like, I think this is a bass, because when they'll make a sharp movement and come more vertical, most time that's a bass. A lot of time, catfish billies will kind of come up and dart away, come up and dart away. Okay.
Dude, I'm shaking.
When it started coming up, I was like, it's a bass. And then that head out there wallowing, I mean, that's one, it's the exact spot I caught my big one yesterday too. We'll let these other guys run around. Okay. Shh.
That first breach. That's not even a jump. That's a breach.
You used to, when we see that, you used to say peekaboo, but that one would have said peekaboo.
That was a jack-o'-lantern.
Dude, and I missed it the first time. He just nipped it, and then he kept coming up higher. I said, he wants some food.
When he came up and wallowed that first time, I was like,
Try to catch this other big one right here.
Oh, you'd like to have that on 20-pound line and a 7/6 flipping stick.
Sure.
But hey, that is good stuff.
Uh-oh. What's going on here?
That's a catfish. It's rolling like one. Catfish Billy. He looked like a bass though. Old Cat Stevens. I thought, see if that had been another chubbling, I'd have probably hung her up for the day.
Did he say Cat Stevens?
He did say Cat Stevens. Wow. Peace train.
That wasn't live though?
They're playing it right now. So, I forgot to tell you. So every time you catch a fish, they roll back. So they play quote unquote as live. But yeah, they're playing it right now. They're like, oh, the studio.
That was cool, just like the angles you were getting to when he was coming up.
Yeah, I usually try to run around the boat as much as
That's good.
But yeah, all about them angles. When I was up. Wow, that's so flat.
Well, we just put a certified chubbling in the boat, boys.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty cool. I'm still shaking. I don't know. We're on pace now. We got one big one, one good, 4.5 and a 3.5, and couple small ones. We got some time left, so. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. If I missed it the first cast too, and I told him, I said, if that's a bass, it's a giant one. And it was, and he was still hungry for the food. I can't even get my worm on. Stuff's starting to happen. See, like, I think it's, like, for me, I want the sun. It seems to me like when the sun gets higher, the fish will start coming off the bottom. And I see a lot of the guys in here fishing grass. That's not really what I'm doing. A few of them have migrated out to my little zone, but typically, the later in the day, the better this bite gets, so I'm optimistic.
Well, that big one's going to put Pat, if not in the lead, very, very close to it.
Yeah, 7-pound cull, they should be within ounces of each other.
With a lot of room to grow, too.
Oh, yeah. Back to Robert G.
Carl Jacobson.
Oop, right below that limb. See how he doesn't let it really get below him. Pulling him out.
Oh, he got him.
Oh. There we go. A little better.
You know, generally you would worry with it. You see obviously a lot of guys with spinning rods and lighter line, then you would want.
I'd like
taking
to
a
call
look
him
at his
out,
lure
Lou.
right there. Little jighead minnow's been the weapon doing this. Is these fish are so high in this column for the most part. Even though Blaylock said yesterday he caught some on the bottom. Oh, it's got little like
planer boards on the
little
side.
planer like
I think John said it's the. I'll get the name of it real quick in the text to finish.
They're so high in the water column.
It's gonna stay.
You really don't need to worry about all that timber, for the most part. You're not hooking them, 15 feet below that timber.
Further down you go, the dicier.
Yes.
They said it's the Croco Gator slide shad from cameraman John's.
What a gator?
Crocagator.
Crocagator, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we got crocogators and fast-moving big old boats, and
Davey heading on the side right there.
It was looking wild and woolly out there on Toledo Bend. Some wild fish catching too, man. It's getting kind of firing up a little bit. It would seem right now, especially for the likes of Pat Schopper, who is, we think, unofficially, either taken over the lead or gotten himself just right adjacent to it. One more.
Just look at that.
Oh, what a luck.
It reminds you of Falcon when Combs had that big one hook.
They all look so great, these giant fish here, too. They look like they came right out of a lure ad from 1958. Unbelievable. We'll be back with more in just a minute. You know, kayak fishing has long been a thing, but nothing has brought attention to it like the Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series. And coming up March 20th, 21st in Oklahoma. Seems like that's the same week as the Bassmaster Classic. It's going to be the classic for the Kayak Series at Lake 10 Killer. We've been there before. Great Lake, Highland sort of fishery there. You can check out all the information about that by using the QR code you see at the bottom right of your screen. The Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series.
That'll be a fine event on 10 Killer, too.
Oh, man, that's a perfect place. I would think.
Absolutely.
I would think.
Remember who won there, the Elite?
Carl Jacobson.
Carl Jacobson. He just got a 7-pounder. He's up to 45th to 5th place here.
Nice segue, Such.
I know.
Back to Luke Palmer. Sitting at 13th. He's got 2 keepers, but a slow morning for Luke. And 25 plus yesterday.
A little bit surprised.
Yeah.
I really thought that you could see he's faded off out to where the other leaders are at. I thought that grass deal was going to fire.
the look of a keeper.
It absolutely is.
On the littlest bait you can possibly have, I can promise you. Yes! Yes, sir! Boom! Little bait, baby! Yes!
I'm gonna throw you something real quick.
That fish, she just, there was no playing around when she got it.
And I know some of our viewers will relate to what I'm going to say right here. But remember when we had the Cherokee tournament that was won?
Yeah.
On a Demiki rig a couple years ago.
17. Yep.
17. And then you say to yourself back then, it's before obviously forward-facing sonar, well, yeah, that's cool, a little Demiki rig, a little jig head minnow, but we're not going to see that a lot on the Elite Series.
3.5.
Boy, nailed that one. Nailed that one.
Yeah, really. What foresight.
Yeah. We're not going to go to Louisiana and Texas and see a little
like they're going to
jig
go
on.
to some big-time place and do that. No.
A little bit of a window for big fish with Fujita's 5.5, and then we see our Schlapper catching 8.8, and then we see Palmer right there. A little bit of maybe a 45-minute window stretch.
Chris Johnson with his 9-pounder.
Yep.
So sweet when you
Carl with a 7.
Don't move, just like. Well, we finally caught us a fish. It's almost like a miracle today for me. Finally decided to scrap on the shallow stuff for a minute and just try to pull out and do something a little bit different. I mean, I caught a few doing this yesterday, but not a ton. And I was just getting frustrated. The boat traffic's getting pretty wild around here, so that just kind of veered me off of it, which is just kind of a sign and a blessing. Just decided to pull out there, and I had a couple fish follow my bait, but didn't want to. They wouldn't eat it or commit to it, and dropped down and actually picked up a bait that done really well for me last year. And northern swing is that Great Lakes Finesse drop minnow. I mean, it's a tiny, little bitty, almost crappie jig style, but these fish have really got pressured out here this morning, so I decided to kind of drop down and give them something different. And that fish first cast over top of it, she just kind of come up, and then it was whammy time. It was really a short fight. It wasn't even that long either, which doesn't hurt my feelings at all. It was pretty cool. So we'll keep dabbling around. I haven't gave up on the shallow stuff. I just want to kind of sneak out here and see if I can get a few bites, because yesterday there was a bunch of fish out here and it didn't really get hardly any pressure. But this morning it's definitely, I think there's been 4 or 5 boats out here on them all morning. So I was probably a little late to the party, but we'll run down there and see what's up.
Well, we're getting closer and closer to the midpoint of our fishing day. Toledo Bend, of course, Killia Fujita. Big bag, 30 plus on day number 1, and he kind of picked up where he left off.
Yeah, exactly right. Looking from about 20 to 35 feet of water. You could tell right on that creek channel edge, or actually in the basin of that creek channel. Good one right there for Koya Fujita. Earlier today, a little bit off of the pace. He was pretty much done
slower
within the next hour on day number 1. Said he pretty much had everything in his live well by 11:30, but a lot of time for Koya Fujita. Getting it done big time, and it is all happening in one primary region of the lake, except for this angler right here, rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, David G. Lot of Robert, sorry.
He does look
Listen,
like a
I'm all
David, too.
over the
You are.
board today.
Yeah, well, it's
G.
understandable. Big day.
Actually, just got a really cool from his text from his father about some of his college days, learned how to fish offshore, and then really just incorporated forward-facing sonar into his game. Robert G. pretty much, here's the interesting thing about this young man, pretty much left alone on the Louisiana side.
Well, that can be meaningful as the 4-day tournament wears on. And obviously very adept at what he's doing out here.
You just met this man last night and you were already talking to his dad? That's impressive.
I don't know how his dad got the digits. I'm a little, listen, I'm a little odd about that. I always have been. Good stuff right there, Robert G. He was a pleasure to talk to last night. We actually talked way more about what he calls, he said Fort Loudon, obviously does a lot of fishing, but really cut his teeth offshore on Dale Hollow. We talked more about Dale Hollow than we did Toledo Bend, but one of the stories today, Pat Schopper not starting in this area yesterday. Came here at about noon on day number 1, caught some big ones. Not a ton of bites today, but definitely quality for Pat Schopper.
Had 27 pounds plus yesterday, and he's got her up to 20 pounds today. Closer to 21.
It has been a jighead minnow beat down with the leaders in this tournament. Big one came about 20 minutes ago. And the interesting thing, though, is we really look at that, and Robert G's area, a lot of these fish mixed in size. Take a look at that giant.
Oh my God, Father, get over here, come here.
And if you got to watch a lot of the footage, we talked about it with Ben Milliken yesterday, and a lot of your anglers in the top 20. This time of year, man, the afternoon bite. Lots of movement after the midday break, so very cool.
How about that? 1 ounce unofficially separated. That's a tie, folks. Statistically a tie between Kyoya Fujita and Pat Schopper on the strength of that 8.5 pounder there he put in the boat. As you say, about less than half an hour ago, Mark Zona, Robert G. Gonna have to work hard to keep up with our top 2 right there, as will everyone else. But Chris Johnston, 9-pounder, makes a big move for him up into our top 4. Trey McKinney, Justin Hamner making his appearance now in our top 10, along with Carl Jochimson, New York's Kyle Patrick, Stetson Blaylock, one of the few hanging in there from yesterday in the top 10, and Patrick Walters has moved up as well. Plenty more coverage on the way at 12
the Dave and
p.m.
Davey Show.
Yeah, 12 p.m. The Dave and Davey Show gets underway. The great on-location coverage that they bring us 8 a.m. tomorrow, of course. FS1 will be where you'll find the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite Day number 3 action with 50 anglers live on FS1. Can't wait to bring you that. Very important day there. Of course, the final day, Championship Sunday, will start at the same time on FS1, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. That's live mixed coverage coming up next for you. And remember, Dave and Davey at noon.
Fishies. Yeah, I had one. Yeah, there's two. There's looked like a 3-pounder falling, and another one came out from under it and knocked slack. But as you can tell, he got just a touch.
Find if those were bass real quick. Just a slow grinding out here. All right, let's roll.
Little guy.
spot. I don't think he's bigger than the other one, but we're gonna try it. Nice spot. It's gotta be 209, he might be. I mean, a little bit. 220, a couple ounces. Couple ounces. What number was that? Number two. Number two. Little one for a little one. Every ounce matters. We better not have them in there at the end of the day, though. God, they tear your line up. Seems like there's a lot more activity right at the mouth of this drain here. I'm gonna kind of just hang around here for a bit. I know a guy who caught an 8.5 pounder here. Well, it's kind of slow right now. Catching a few. Got one real big one. One real good one, another decent one, a couple 2-pounders. So the best part of the day, in my opinion, is still yet to come. There's a lot more pressure over here than what there was yesterday, so I'm not sure how that'll affect it. I'm going to try dabble in a couple other spots I didn't fish yesterday. I haven't really seen anybody else fishing, just to see what's over there. And then hit my other area, which there's a lot of people over there too. But I mean, we got almost 21 pounds. It's 10:30. We got till 4 o'clock, so it's not a terrible start. And we got an 8.5 pounder, so not a bad start to the day. Keep covering water and hope we run across 3 more big ones. I know we will. It's just a matter of executing. Pretty much everything on a rubber minnow. Rubber minnow and a jig head. It's you know, I've been down here for over a month in Texas just trying to, I don't have a lot of experience fishing this way, so I really spent a ton of time trying to dial in, get it. It's so important to get an accurate cast, especially like yesterday in the wind. I mean, there's a lot of intricacies to catching them on this. It's not as easy as what some of the guys make it look. And I'm glad I spent as much time as I did practicing this technique, because all my fish this tournament have been weighed on it so far. And you know, and it's fun. It's fun to do. It's just, in my case, I need to cover a lot of water, and at some point throughout the day I'll run across them. Yesterday it was late in the day.
today. I got a better start in the morning than I did yesterday, but I'm still hoping the afternoon is good. I got a couple out there right now. I don't know what they are. They're not acting. It might be spots. I'm gonna put a little rubber minnow in front of them and see what they do. And he's coming. And he's not eating. If you don't get him on that initial swim up on it, it's your percentages of catching them they go way down. But like in this case, there's 2 of them together, where typically this week, like if there's 2 of them running together, you're gonna get one of them, because it's like they want to get it from the other one. These ones, that was not the case though. But they could have been little drummer boys or catfish hunters, I don't know. I don't think they were, just the way that one swam up on it. Accurate casts. I mean, it's so, like this particular area of the lake, the water's cleaner, so they'll come farther for it. But a lot of places on this body of water, it's dingy water. So I mean, you got to get it within a couple feet of them. And the other thing too, especially on this lake, is just being able to tell what kind of fish it is, because there's a lot of trash fish, you know, catfish and drum. And they'll be in the same areas as the bass. So like this week, I've been pretty confident that what I'm throwing at the majority of the time is a bass. Now, it's a little bit trickier in the timber. There seems to be a lot more catfish in the timber. So that's a little bit trickier than, you know, I'm not fishing much timber in this area. But still, even the majority of the time when I'll cast, I'll say, you know, that's a bass, or I don't know if that's a bass. It's because I'll still like that big one I caught, I wasn't 100% sure it was a bass, partially because it was just so big. But as soon as I seen the way it reacted, I figured it was. Because I've kind of learned, you know, like catfish a lot of times they'll track it a long ways, and sometimes they'll almost stay above the bait. And then like drum, a lot of times they'll kind of dart up, dart down, and keep coming back to it. Where bass seem like they're just kind of, they'll follow it and they'll stay on it, but they're a little more calculated in their movements. They're not real, you know, they don't jump around much. Now, if you get too close to them and surprise them, then they might dart down a little bit, but it seems like they'll come back up most of the time. So I've just learned so much. It's crazy, you know, like, you think you know so much about bass, and then you get this tool and you learn so much. And kind of the best way to describe it with like the fish we're catching is, I mean, every one of us has made a random cast to get a backlash out, and then you pick up and you got one on. Those are the fish we're targeting. They're just completely random. You would never know. You could make that same cast 1,000 times and not catch one. So we're able now to see those fish and hopefully get them to bite. It's so fun to watch them on here. It really is. It's frustrating at times, but, and I'm not, like I'm 40, so I grew up without it, and I still like throwing a chatterbait. I love flipping a jig. There's still a lot of
stuff I like to do. But you get a tournament like this, you're not going to win if you do that stuff unless something crazy happens. So that's why I've spent a lot of time learning it, a lot of time. It is, you know, you can fight it all you want, and some people are trying to fight it, but, you know, and maybe they regulate it, I have no idea, but I just, it's not going away, and people are worried about catching all the fish, and it's going to ruin the fisheries. Well, they said that about GPS, they said that about 2D sonar, they said that about side imaging, they still say that about flashers for ice fishing. It's just one of those things that fish will yeah, I don't know, man. It's cool. It's fun technology. Dude, I mean, just learning, it's just so cool to see. There's just so many things that you learn now. Like, say you're flipping timber and you catch one. Like, the majority of the time, people think that that fish was on the bottom. That's just what you think. And then, well, in reality, he followed it from 5 foot down to the bottom and ate it. And you can figure that out. I mean, you could figure that out if you really pay attention, but it's not. Now you see them. But the thing is it's like, not everybody, it's not like you just put it on, cast to them, and catch them. That's just not how it is. Koyu and some of the guys, they might make it seem like that, but it's just not like that. People don't realize, you know, the further you get out, the wider that cone is, the harder it is to get your bait where it needs to be. It's just, it's something, if you're going to invest in it, you need to take the time to use it, learn it. Put the buzzbait down and just fish with it. Even if you go fish crappie is a great way to learn. I mean, just to see how fish react and what they look like and how they move, what your bait looks like. God dang, I want to get over there. Yeah, it kind of went dead now. I'm gonna go try a couple more areas here. I'm gonna get over to my second spot, which there's a lot of people over there, but there's a lot of big fish over there. So we're gonna try it, and then we want to be back here at about noon. Hopefully this gong show of people are gone, and they do what they did yesterday.
3.5. Yeah. Sayonara. Arigato. Yeah. Upgrade.
All right, let's roll. Yeah. Yeah, we're going far. Sixteenth ounce jig head. Well, we got us 5 to stay alive. I'm not taking a nosedive. Kind of a rapper now too, if you didn't notice. That was pitiful. That was terrible. No, it's been a grinder for sure. I did pull out there and I've caught 2 more pretty good ones. Well, I caught one big one and then another good fish. I just caught my 5th fish finally. Obviously he was not much, but at the moment we'll take him. I really think this afternoon's going to be good. It's weird. It just hasn't got warm today. I mean, it's just been cool. Plus that north wind's blowing a little bit, but keep plugging around, keep trolling motor on high, and run across one of these holes that's got a couple in it, hopefully, and they're big ones. But I don't know how much longer I'm gonna keep duking it out in here. I'm probably gonna make a move here in a little bit, give me some fresh new water, and hopefully some 4 and 5 pounders, because I take me some 4 pounders now and be pretty happy. But it's going to be definitely not easy today for me. I mean, I know guys are catching them, but I'm not seeing as many fish. I don't know if they went ahead and pushed past this, if that wave, I was just on a wave of them yesterday coming up, or what. But there's definitely not as much activity up here today, and I'm hard-headed, so I'm going to keep up here and just keep slinging it, and hopefully a big one pulls in here. But my bites definitely got better as the day went on yesterday. So I think that's that water warming up a little bit and those fish going ahead and moving on up and doing something about it. So I'd really like to get on live again tomorrow somehow. Catch me some more fishies. Probably a major wave of shallow fish to move up today too, which is weird. Normally a north wind though, it's always cold, but this is like a cool front that didn't really get cold. Oh man. Got a hell of an entourage behind me and I can't catch any fish for them to hoop and holler. Oh, is that a Pepsi up there I see in the front? So we're staying with this week, Tony and Lieutenant Dan. They've been great. Cooked us dinner, made us frozen drinks. And it's just been a fun week. I mean, that's what's been really cool about fishing all over. I've got to meet some really awesome people. I mean, we stayed with Dan down at Beaumont last year for Sabine, and one of his best friends out in South Carolina, we stayed with them at his buddy Doc's and Hampton and Brock, and all of them. They were a cool crew. They were all there when I won last year. They all drove up from, they all left Charleston, that's good, and came up and watched me weigh in and everything. So that was pretty cool. I mean, and then I made them proud right here by just absolutely torching this reel. I should be good at picking these out because yesterday I had so many of them. I thought I was back in 3rd grade. I think I could have casted better when I was in 3rd grade, actually. Hitting Evie back there in the back with my line by the time I get done pulling this one out. Okay, back in action. Oh, man. Oh, fishy. I like to see one of them big giant ones floating around out here.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome into our on-location coverage. The first stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. Of course, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Toledo Bend. And for the first time in 7 years, we return back to Toledo Bend, a big fish factory. And if you watched yesterday's weigh-in, it lived up to a lot of that hype yesterday. And by the looks of things, it's living up to it here today. Where are we? We're in the great state of Louisiana. Going to have back-to-back events, one in Louisiana, one in Texas. 2 back-to-back events start off the season, and both on big fish factories. But the goal today is to get inside that top 50. You look at our playing grounds, 180,000 acres. I'm joined by Davey Hite, Bassmaster Classic champion, and one area seems to be real popular, Davey Hite.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You know, it's not a big surprise, to be honest with you. The first time I fished here, mid to late 90s, I think it was. The Housen 6 Mile area, it's always been a good area to be pre-spawn. But 180,000 acres, and look at how many anglers we have right there around Housing Creek, 6 Mile Creek. It is absolutely incredible. I think our leader came from there yesterday, 31 pounds, and he maybe attracted a few more anglers to that area today.
Well, let's get caught up with today with our Toyota Midday Report and have a look right there at a guy who has won twice here in the past and a former college champion, Cody Huff.
Yeah, no surprise to see Cody Huff, you know, with a camera on him today in our top 10 today. 35th place unofficially with 27 pounds, 5 ounces a day. Solid fish for him there. The thing that really surprised me the most, and I need to ask you this too, Dave Mercer, it started a little slower this morning. Kind of surprised me yesterday, and I didn't expect it to start off like Kyoya did yesterday with 31 pounds, and he had like 24 of that in the first 30 minutes. But a little slower today, slower for this guy right here too, Luke Palmer.
Luke Palmer took an Elite Series victory last year, obviously. And, man, he has really, you know, he started as that consistent guy, somebody you can pick every week in fantasy fishing. But he's really been a guy that is threatening to win a lot of these events now.
He definitely is. And Luke Palmer's just a nice guy. Everybody that meets him knows he's a nice guy, but a fierce competitor. And we talked about it last year. He is very, very consistent. He's one of those guys that's kind of 20th place you to death, doing a lot better than that here this week. Was able to talk to him a little bit yesterday afternoon. He lost 2 fish that he really felt like hurt him quite a bit. Had a chance to be higher in the standings, but still a lot of fishing to go for Luke Palmer, and expect to see him all the way to Championship Sunday.
Another former Elite Series champion from Benton, Arkansas, Stetson Blaylock.
Out on the water this morning, the group that's around Housing Creek, 6 Mile Creek, Stetson Blaylock is one of them. It's absolutely amazing. Not only the number of anglers percentage-wise that are in that area, but the number of the anglers that are in the top 20 that are right in that area. Stetson Blaylock, you know, doing better than most around it, using his forward-facing sonar, spinning tackle, those jig head minnows, catching some good fish. But the key here, we could see after yesterday's weigh-in, you're not going to be able to be in the top 10 come Championship Sunday with catching good fish. You're going to have to catch better than good fish, some real high-quality fish. Some of those fish just like that when you see there from Stetson Blaylock.
Took his Elite Series title in Winyah Bay, which was kind of a stingy fishery that time around. But, man, he's a player in a lot of these big fish fisheries. Lake Fork again next week. But, gee, I wish my Elite Series career would start like Robert G. Yesterday, his first day of competition, 29 pounds of bass.
So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Robert G. here on the Bassmaster Elite Series for years to come. I got to meet him about a week and a half ago, spent about a half a day with him. Just a pleasure to be around, a young angler with a lot of enthusiasm. Talked to him yesterday for probably 20 or 30 minutes after he weighed in. What a start to your Elite Series career. 29 pounds I think he started with yesterday. A bag full of largemouth bass. The other thing that I really like about Robert G, he's done such a great job looking here at his forward-facing sonar, explaining it, what he's seeing, what he's doing to try to get these fish to bite. And here's one thing that I think is very notable for Robert G. He's on the Louisiana side in an area basically all to himself where we've seen all those anglers around 6 Mile housing in a 4-day event. That could be big, big, big. I would like to be in Robert G's position, just having an area basically all to himself and catching these size fish.
There was a lot of hype around the rookies coming into this season, and man, they all lived up to it. All of them in the top 39. But Pat Schopper, he's one of my personal favorites. I mean, he is just a guy who has infectious excitement, and he caught some giants today, Davey.
He really did. And for Pat Schopper, he's right there in the crowd, let's say, where the party's happening around housing. But he's been able to outfish a lot of the anglers around him. It's interesting talking to him yesterday. Although Kioya, just set the standard, set the bar with 34 pounds early in the weigh-in, he said, yeah, we're fishing in the same basic area. A lot of people might not say this, but he said, I know if things go just right, I can beat him doing what we're doing. And that's really saying something considering what Kioya has done last season and so far this season.
Oh my God. He really is, in his short time in the Elite Series, he has stood up, not only did he qualify through the Opens and the Bass Nation, so double qualified to be here, but watching him compete last year in the Redfish Cup event. I mean, I watched him really impact his team. You see a lot of the Bass guys join the Redfish guy and they kind of lay off a little bit and let them be captain. He did a great job there, but this guy does a great job basically every time he goes fishing.
He does real quick on Pat. He and Pat, his team, he got his partner to show up on time about day 3. He did a great job. Back to Kioya Fujita. What a start for him yesterday. I can't get over. And then that's here today's at 31. No, that's yesterday's total weight, 31 pounds, 3 ounces. What a start. His English has gotten a little bit better. I was able to talk to him. But getting the secret lures that he's using is basically impossible until maybe day 4 if you're really, really lucky. I know I let the team down a Little Rock a little bit, but I think that was, just a little large ask for me to get his secret lures on day 1.
His English gets worse when you start asking him about what lures you were using. An incredible career he has in fishing alone. I mean, he's won 4 Angler of the Year titles and 6 individual events in Japan before he ever came here. 5 top 10s last year, including a victory. Man, he is a major player already.
At what age, too? That's what's incredible. When you talk about those numbers, you think of a guy that's, 50. If he's lucky, he's done some of those things, but, he's far from 30.
Gotta be a little one, I bet. I'm saying I know which one is going to call.
You're right.
I'm a Bassmaster. I catch bass. I'll probably go ahead and keep off the...
From Luke Palmer, we can travel over to
Oh
live
my
with
gosh.
Stetson Blaylock.
Gosh, he's running right at me.
Got him that
Catfish,
time.
Drum? No, it's a bass. Spotted bass. That's crazy. He came back and got it, but that's 5. It's a small one, but we'll take him to get a 5 in the boat. Thought it was a good one when he missed it. 1/8. But that's a limit.
I think we all think the ones we miss are good ones. We never miss little ones.
I'll put him over here with that big one. Be easy to get. Just fixing to leave, and I saw
For
that
Stetson
sucker
Blaylock.
out there.
Got 2 shots at that fish. From Stetson Blaylock, we head over to Elite Series rookie Robert G. That a Lawrence, a bird's eye view of the area that he's fishing. And his parents, I met them before takeoff yesterday. I have never seen 2 people more jacked up about their son's career starting. His mother was the head cheerleader at Tennessee for years.
Really?
Actually, I think a professor there. But she was literally doing, cheers, spelling out his name in the parking lot, and it's dark. It's 5 in the morning. So
That's great.
incredible support, and man, he gave them something to cheer about yesterday.
I guarantee you, she had a lot to cheer about yesterday afternoon. What a way to start your Elite Series career. And you could just see it in his facial expressions. He was just so happy to get off to a great start and have some weight lifted off his shoulders. I think everyone that once you get to this level, your first tournament, you're anxious. There's a lot of anxiety, and you've been dreaming to be here for many, many years. Ben Milliken was talking about that yesterday. He's like, and he's done a lot in the sport, not to have been at this level in the tournament world, but it's a big deal to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series.
And unbelievable pressure gets released if you can make those first couple of cuts. And to see all 9 of the EQ Open qualifiers inside the top 39 after yesterday, that to me shows how, number one, is so important for them.
I don't like the look
but
of this.
shows just how polished they are by the time they get here.
So we talked about when they went to the 9 events to be able to qualify for the Elites, it would more than likely do that, to have that many events, to let somebody maybe have a chance, have a chance to recover from a little stumble, or maybe some kind of issue on the water, a mechanical issue or something. A lot of things happen. With 3 events, something like that can just totally throw you off course for the year. But with 9 events, the cream is going to rise to the top, and I think we're definitely seeing that.
One of the rare things about this sport is in other sports you don't see people jump steps along the way. You don't play in the major leagues unless you play AAA first. You work your way up. Well, in this sport, we've had it so you can make a big jump and maybe not be ready. Yeah. I think from the performance we've seen with these guys, 9 events proves that they were tested for a long period of time. Geographically, they were tested in many different areas. And I think as far as bass fishing fans, you end up with a more polished product when they get here. They've been on FS1 multiple times. Yeah. It's not such a big hurdle.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And then our standard, and it just, I think it's great what we do, but our standard for a rookie on the elites, you're like a Joey Cifuentes. Yes, he was a rookie. He was just under the bar with the amount of money that he had won, but he really was no rookie, in the fishing world.
A spectacular day here in beautiful Manny, Louisiana, and joined by Bass Fishing Hall of Famer Davey Hite. This tournament, yesterday I felt like people were like just happy to be back, but it just kind of felt like this morning at takeoff, people were like, okay, this is what we do. It is spring training's over, we're back.
It is, and we were just talking about the rookies a little bit, and I think a lot of the guys saw what, that are not rookies, have been out here on the Elite Series for a number of years. They saw, wow, those 9 guys are here, and we've got to give it our all from day one, because you have to worry about qualifying for the Classic, re-qualifying for the Elites, a lot of things on the line, and you could see that this morning, I agree.
Davey Hite, one of the great honors of my life was watching you get inducted into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame just a few years ago. A tremendously humbling experience, I'm sure. But one of our coworkers, Zona, just found out this morning he is going into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame, and I couldn't think of a more deserving individual. He has given his heart and soul to this sport, and I'll say it right on the record. Without Mark Zona, this sport is not what it is today.
100%. 100%. I remember the day that we met, Clayton, New York, staying in a, let's say, low-cost hotel. That's a nice way to put it. But you could tell how dedicated he was and how much passion he had for the sport. And I knew soon after getting to know him, man, he's got a great place because he's so knowledgeable and he speaks so well, and I knew he had a great place. I'm like, he needs to move on and do other things, not just tournament fishing. He certainly has done that. With his show, it's certainly one of the best fishing shows, if not the best, on air right now. And then, like I say, with all his years there with JM doing what he has done for so long, Tommy and him, certainly very, very deserving, Margazzona.
But that's not all. Just like a good game show, we got more for you. Just a few years ago, a guy told us, hey, guess what we're going to do? We're going to make bass fishing live. I mean, and up till that point, it seemed like a dream, and we all thought that guy was crazy. Well, that guy is our producer, Mike McInnes, and now you look at it is the standard for covering tournaments. Whether it's a national tournament, a local tournament, I mean, you live bass fishing is a reality because of Mike McInnes, and Mike McInnes also is getting into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame this year. It is going to be a party in September.
Well, absolutely. So deserving. You and I know that. He's behind the scenes 99% of the time. So many people don't realize the impact that he has had on our sport. Like you said, everybody tries to create and do what Mike McInnes made happen and made reality for B.A.S.S. So absolutely incredible. Both very, very deserving and super, super excited. I'm already looking so forward to those two speeches when they get inducted officially there at the Bass Pro Shops in Springfield, Missouri. It'll be a fun time.
If you have ever loved Bass Live over the years, you think of any of the memories, it's all because of Mike McInnes. He was the visionary that drove this ship to where it is, and we are thankful for him, and I can't wait to celebrate him. Also a huge Chiefs fan, so a lot to celebrate. Live with Kyoya Fujita and Luke Palmer. Do you think Zona will cry? He'll totally cry during his speech. It'll be I'm talking uncomfortable, bubbles coming out your nose crying. I think he will bawl.
So something you and I know, and, a lot of the people that, we work together, we know about Margazzona, that if you don't know it, it seems so unlikely that he would not enjoy speaking to live audiences. But he does it, and I'm looking so forward to it. Because he will cry.
Oh, yeah, he's a
And
crier.
he will, it's just going to be a fun time. It's going to be such a fun time. And it is a humbling experience, and Zona is a great speaker. I've done it a lot. I'm certainly not great at it, but I've done it a lot. But it is a different deal when you get inducted to the Hall of Fame. It is, you sit there in front of all of your peers, people, Bill Dance is sitting there. I mean, Johnny Morris is sitting. I mean, you just name the people that are sitting there that you grew up, they were idols. And and it's a different deal. I've never had that much emotion when I got, and
Davey, you're almost going to cry right now.
I know, it's a different deal. It is.
A very humbling room and a very humbling experience, I'm sure. But, man, two very deserving inductees.
Absolutely.
And congratulations to they're over the next few days, you're going to hear about more people getting inducted. So congratulations to, I believe there's 5 inductees this year. I know the 2 that will party the hardest, though. Z and Mike. I mean,
do you really?
Oh, they better. Come on. You're in the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame.
It'll be disappointing if they don't.
It's like winning the Stanley Cup. You can do things like they'll just be like, well, he's in the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. I mean, let him away with it.
It's a free pass.
Put a goat mask on. Do whatever you want. Pat Schopper, what a day he has had, and he's a 3-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. He can catch redfish. He can catch pike, muskie. He can catch them all, but he caught some giant bass today, and he'd love to be with us this weekend on Bassmaster Live. Welcome back to Toledo Bend in Manny, Louisiana, and it's all about the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. You don't have to wait to the end of the season to start thinking about it. Brandon Palnick said on stage yesterday, I'm already thinking about it. But your leader, Kyoya Fujita, and right behind him, Robert G. Obviously, the top 10 from yesterday's tournament. That's not going to be official until this event ends. But, man, they are catching them again today. 50 will move into tomorrow. Who was your pick for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Davey Hite?
It was, I think, about all of our pick. Patrick Walters. And he's right there after day one and day two, so we'll see. A lot of fishing to go, no doubt about it. Interesting you say Brandon Palnick's already thinking about it. And he just won an angler year before last, I guess it was, and he said going into the last tournament, he didn't even know what the points were. He was not thinking about it.
He did say that on stage. He said, I'm thinking about it. I don't look at the points. I believe him. I've really roughed him up, and he says, I mean, when he gets to a certain point, obviously he finds out, you know, but he doesn't look at it. And whether he's lying or telling the truth, ever since he stopped looking at it, he's done a lot better.
Yeah.
That's a big one, dude.
What are we seeing here, Davey?
Come on.
Seeing Robert G catch a fish, it looks like, or catching something. I'm sorry, I had a little trouble seeing the screen there.
Dude, if
My
I can get this one.
glasses not on, I guess I need to put them on. But
57-pounder.
what I have noticed already about Robert G is he does talk to us, so let's listen to him a little bit. I did hear him say he thinks it's a 7-pounder. You can tell it's a good fish. About 12 feet deep. We've seen it. Yeah, right there. Right there is the fish. Down about 15 feet, 60 feet, 58 feet away from his boat. Tell by the size of the. There's his bait. The fish is going up to the bait. Ooh, he's all over it. Now he's following the bait. Coming up a little. He's about at 8 feet.
Oh, my God.
10 feet, 12 feet going down.
Dude, that is a
giant. Not quite so interested now. Make another cast. That is a big fish.
He swerved me so hard.
If one thing got proved yesterday.
This is what I call sea
Everybody
world.
that says you just put one of those units in your boat and you catch them,
Big
they all
shamus
have
are
them on their boat.
swimming.
Yesterday, it
Swimming
stood out. All but one, you're right.
Yep. But you're right. It stood out. Just because you have them on the boat doesn't mean the fish come in your boat.
Yeah.
I wish they
need
did.
Shamus. That shamu was being stingy, though. Wasn't feeding time for him.
There, the fish is still there.
Good gosh. Right in those winds, tangled up on my little spin poles.
And I hate that we've gotten this way, or that I've gotten this way. I hate to say we. I haven't talked to you about this, but when you see a young angler, an Elite Series rookie, wow, he's a live scoper. He's done that for many, many years. He told me yesterday he's a power fisherman who likes to fish shallow, but just realized about a year and a half ago, hey, I need to get better at this. I need to fish offshore, and he looks like he's been doing his whole life. What a great day yesterday to start his Elite Series career. There's the bait going down to the fish. A lot of the anglers fishing.
That's a good sign, though.
25 to, let's say, 40 feet of water, but a lot of the fish they're targeting are 15 feet, 10 to 15 feet deep.
I feel with our field, that whole narrative that some people would like to paint, that if you're a young angler, you're a live scoper, that's all you know how to do, is foolish. But I think where the truth is if you've been competing in tournaments for 20 years, it's a lot easier for somebody who's only been doing it for a few years to ignore everything that they've learned over the years. Watch Christie and Hackney, the way they talked about yesterday. It is so hard to ignore that. I mean, you've had so much success for so long. With a lot of these young anglers, it's easier to – I think they're all focusing on forward-facing sonar, but it's easier to block out the other distractions, so to speak.
100%. I talked to a couple anglers yesterday. We were just casual conversation after weigh-in, and one of them asked me, so what would you do if you were in this tournament? And not like getting information from me. I haven't fished here since the last time we were here 7 years ago.
Yeah.
But, like, because the dilemma is, do you fish the bank or do you fish out deeper live scoping? And we saw what Greg Hackney and Jason Christie did. Well, that's what I did for my career, doing that exact same thing. That's what I would want to come here and do. But if I was still fishing, here would be the big problem for me. Exactly what you said. My whole life had spent learning and knowing the moon is full tomorrow, the water temperature is rising, the high water, the stained water, they're coming. Seems to be a lot of males, but maybe in the afternoon some females move up. That's what I'm going to do. But everybody knows now how many big fish are being caught throughout this whole country using live scope over deeper water. 12 months out of the year. My problem would be being torn between those two, because I don't think you can try to play both of those games all day long in an 8-hour day, because I think you'll get caught up and all of a sudden it'll be, woo, time to go in for weigh-in. And I did both, but I didn't do either one very well or successfully.
And I feel like that's changing right in front of our eyes.
Yes.
In the way that, like, you watch Christie's win Classic win just a few years ago. He did both.
Yes.
I mean, he caught him forward facing in the morning, did the docks in the afternoon. But that was a different time. That was before we had anglers that were committing to that fully.
Yes.
And in certain, there's going to be events where you can do both. But I think in events where you're competing against anglers that are only doing that, they are all in, all chips on the table, it is really hard to compete. In the past, when guys were both going in and out, it was different. But it's and it could change again in the future. I mean, there's some people who feel that the shallow bite is just going to get better because there's less pressure on it.
So the other thing with Jason Christie's Classic victory, I think he had just a perfect plan that I'm going to 1 or 2 creeks. I think he did the last day fished 2. But I'm going to go do this for 1 hour or 2 hours, and then I put those rods in the rod box and I go do this. And you know, it's not going to work out exactly the way you plan it every time in any tournament, especially the Bassmaster Classic. But I think you can do that if you have that, hey, I'm going to do this for 2 hours, and then I'm going to go do something else for 6. My big dilemma would be go to the bank in an hour. All you can think about is, man, there's big ones roaming around out there. And then you go out there and you look around for about 10 minutes and the sun's out and the water temperature is, you know, it went from 54 to it's 56 now. And it's like, oh, I know those big females are due to move up, and you run up to the bank and just back and forth all day long. I don't think you can be successful doing that. Talking with Robert G yesterday, he caught a limit fairly early, but it was in the afternoon, a little after we were going to be off here in another 30 minutes or so. Pulled in the area and culled every, there's his bait going down. Caught a limit. Oh, he's all over it.
There's the bait.
Culled everything that he had in his live well in the afternoon yesterday to weigh in his 29 pounds. So he's certainly one that is looking forward to the afternoon bite.
Oh my!
You mentioned that you met his parents yesterday. His mom was, a cheerleader at the University of Tennessee. He had a college baseball scholarship offer at some smaller schools and turned it down because he wanted to go and fish on a bass fishing team in college that did not offer a scholarship. So certainly it has been in his blood for a long time to want to be out here and fish the Bassmaster Tournament Trail.
Dang it.
So those are two separate fish there, and both very nice ones.
Your experience, multiple fish, generally gets easier to get a bite, right?
Yes, they get competitive. They're predators, and they get competitive with one another when they're feeding, for sure. I mean, the more the merrier, too. If you've got 4 or 5, it's certainly even better.
Noticing that very few of the fish seem to be following the bait down.
Yeah. Like those did, but only a foot or two, and
Yeah.
then they're done with it. They're not going down.
Holy crap.
Boy, he's around a good group of fish there. So I also think before forward facing live, where we could watch these fish live, you would see them on your side imaging, your down imaging, your 360. But man, you can't get on a bite when you put it in front of their nose about 8 times out of 10. To randomly be casted for those fish, you know how bad the odds were against us.
It turns out that we're all luckier than we thought.
Yeah.
Anything in your career come along that you can compare to this? I mean, we've had a lot of evolution in electronics.
That's a great question, but the answer is absolutely not. And a lot of people that I talk to say, well, a lot of things have come, and they have. The first thing that comes to my mind is the Alabama rig. You know, it was the devil. And, you know, we still don't allow it in our tournaments, but even local tournaments, you hear of 1-1 here and there. It's a seasonal thing when it's most effective. But maybe I'm wrong, but this is different, more impactful than anything I can remember.
It's because it erases everything else.
It trumps everything.
When it's
yeah,
happening.
yeah.
I mean, it's similar to the Alabama rig for a time. There was times if they were on that bite, that's all they would bite.
Right.
But you talk to anglers, they're like, everything in my gut tells me this cut, this break, that's where the fish are. But if that goblin, that little blob, is on the outside of the boat, that trumps everything you know.
It does. It does.
It looks like a group of them, Davey.
Yes, yes. Here's something that has always been a big part of tournament angling, a big dilemma. How long do you stay in an area? I think it's, you know, for most of my career, how long do you stay in an area if you don't even really know if the fish are there? In this case, how long do you stay around these fish when they won't bite?
Oh, there he goes.
There we go. Yep. Looked like a good fish.
No, they're bass.
Nope.
He's not that big. Dang it. I gotta see if they're. I don't think he'll cull. No.
All of the rookies have shown out in a big way here this week. As I said, all of them inside the top 39 after day one, but none better than Robert G. And we caught up with him last night.
Double guns loaded.
I pulled into this zone, and every fish I saw and casted at was a 5+ pounder, and I culled out everything I had except one fish, and I culled a 5 pounder. I threw a 5 pounder back. I live at Fort Loudon Lake in East Tennessee, and I've never been able to say that. So to say that right now on the first day of my Bassmaster Elite Series career is pretty wild to think about. But they showed up in the areas I wanted to go to. I have seen a progression of them moving up to think about spawning, but they're not going as fast as I would have expected. I really expected them to be a lot shallower than they were today, but they proved me wrong, and I caught some of the biggest ones in deep water.
Welcome back to Manny, Louisiana, Toledo Bend. That's where we're kicking off the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, returning to this 180,000 acre impoundment that we haven't been here for 7 years, but man, we were excited to get back here, and it did not let us down on day number 1 or day number 2. A lot of action this morning, Davey Hite. They were catching them early and often.
Absolutely, early and often. Yesterday and today for Koya Fujita, fishing down around Housing Creek, 6 Mile area, down on the lower end. A lot of anglers kind of mixed it up when I was watching yesterday take off. Some going north from Cypress Bend, some going south, but definitely most of the anglers in our top 20 are fishing in that general area down around Housing and 6 Mile, and most of them fishing offshore. I went down there this morning. There were a few boats fishing up shallower, hoping that some of those bigger females had moved up from yesterday. A lot of the males caught up shallow by anglers that did choose to do that, but you see Stetson Blaylock right here. Him, Luke Palmer, Koya Fujita, Pat Slapper, all of those guys in one general area down on the lower end of Toledo Bend.
An incredible fishery, and that is why several times been named the #1 fishery in the country by Bassmaster magazine, and showing why so many people travel from all around the world to fish this 180,000 acre body of water. And that's how our playing field and how our players are showing up on the, I don't know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, on the lower end, yep. So I kind of lost my train of thought too there. I noticed Taku Ito. So Koya Fujita, some guys we expected, hey, if it's forward facing Ben Milliken, he's going to be catching them, and they did. A lot of these guys, you see them spread out, most of them on the lower half of Toledo Bend. But some great forward-facing anglers did not have a great day yesterday. I think if you weren't in just a few key areas of this 180,000 acres, which is not typical for Toledo Bend Reservoir, usually you can catch them, 30 or 40 miles north of here, or all the way down to the dam south of here. But it seemed like if you weren't in that one area, general area, it was tough pickings. You see Jason Christie there. He's typically going to be one of those anglers that's going to fish farther north than most of the others. Didn't work out real well for him yesterday. I expect to see him have a good comeback today. Probably a little more forward-facing fishing for Jason Christie today also.
Quad box, Fujita, Schopper, G, and Palmer. You know who's been sneakily quiet this week? And is inside our top 10 yesterday and still there today? A returning Jordan Lee.
Oh, yes.
He's been quietly. I mean, all he talks about is asking people to bring him snacks here. Fine people of Louisiana. I'm sure he'll get plenty of snacks by the time the week's done. But, man, if he sneaks into our top 10 on Sunday, watch out.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I had let that slip. Also, just Jordan Lee just kind of eased on up there and weighed about 23 pounds yesterday. Just, hey, y'all, I'm back. Speaking of snacks, I had some of the best boudin yesterday I've ever had in Louisiana.
What makes a good boudin?
I don't know. I don't know. It's certainly not the looks of it or the garnishes around it, that's for sure. But, oh, my gosh, it was good.
Don't ask questions. Just eat it.
I think the last time I had boudin was 7 years ago when we were here fishing the Bassmaster Elite Tournament in Manny, Louisiana.
So, you've spent a bit of time with Fujita at this point. You've watched him on the water. Why is he just like, we praise Greg Hackney for being a great flipper. We praise David Fritz for being a great cranker. Everybody has their specialty. What makes him great at this?
So I'm just going to give you my opinion. This whole phenomenon of forward-facing gurus like him is new. So I have watched him on the water, and I've been able to communicate with him fairly decent on land. And like I said, his English is a little better now for sure than it was last year. But two things I notice, and it's the same thing you notice when you watch a great angler flip bushes or swim a jig. Very accurate and precise at what they do, and very efficient in what they do. Kyoya down there this morning, there's a lot of boats around. And there's always a lot of boats around a leader. But that's Cameron, that's Sego, that's Dalton, but there were a lot of other anglers that were doing well in the tournament down there. But when he's looking for those fish, he's snaking, but a lot faster than anyone else. I mean, he would there were 30, 40 boats that I could see, really pay attention to in that area. Like I said, some camera boats for sure, some spectators, but a lot of fishermen. But you could just, if you didn't know his rap or, his profile, there's one boat that is doing things a lot faster. But then when he sees a fish now, he stops and makes I think he's very good at landing the bait on the fish. You hear a lot of the anglers talk about, man, the wind was blowing today. I couldn't make that bait land exactly where I needed to. I think he's very, very good at that. And then processing what he's seeing, knowing the difference between a 5-pound bass and a 5-pound drum, all those things without having to take a lot of time to do it. I just think he's super efficient at what he does.
Here's something that will shock a lot of people. Sego, our great photographer at B.A.S.S, obviously communicates with Kyoya quite a bit, and he asked him, because there's a lot of people all over the board. What is the future of forward-facing sonar? Well, you look at Kyoya and you think that, he'd be totally against anything happening to it. And Sego straight up asked him, if it was made illegal, what would that do to you? And he said, as long as it's the same for everybody, I will catch them.
They like the motor.
That's exactly what you would expect from an Elite Series Pro.
Sure. And certainly wouldn't contradict that statement from him. I think he's very focused, It's picking the right baits and the right action, the right speed, all those sort of things. That's a factor whether you're looking at forward-facing sonar or not.
I think because it involves technology, people take the skill from it.
Yeah.
Greg Hackney doesn't stop to think, how far is that cypress knee that I'm throwing my jig at? He just throws at it and hits it. Yeah. And that's what I see from Kyoya. When you're learning this, anybody that's spending time, the first few times you use it, you're like, okay, that fish is 60 feet out, and my boat's 20, so that's 3 of these.
Yeah.
And you're by the time you figured that out, his bait is already in front of the fish and most likely in its mouth.
And I just talked about how efficient he is. He just moved his hand there, but the whole time, almost the whole time we've been talking about this, and I spent all that time talking about how efficient he is, his bait's not even in the water. So you think, all of me, every bit of me as an angler was always, your bait has to be in the water to be able to catch a fish. But he is so confident that there are no fish unless I see those fish. I'm wasting time just making random casts. That's a big change to me in the whole process of fishing.
And that's the one that makes people's minds.
Yeah, it's just hard to
because it's just hard to say I'm a pro angler, but I'm only going to cast when I see a fish.
Yeah.
But that also, I think, to me, proves how important it is. Like you would think, okay, just randomly cast, and when you see one, burn it in real quick and cast.
Right.
He's already decided that is not effective.
Yep.
Every split second literally counts.
Well, it's not worth the risk of losing that time it takes to burn it in and make a cast. He's already made that assessment.
Pat Schlopper's had a good day today, and I love that music. I have missed that music, Davey Hite.
It's been a long time since we heard that music of the Power Pole replay of the day, and it's got to be for Pat Schlopper. Had a great day yesterday. He's fishing around some other anglers, but boy, this will separate you from the other anglers. Look at this fish that Pat Schlopper caught. I think about 9:30 this morning I was out there, and Didn't see him land this, but I was listening in and heard him talk about this 10-pounder, this 10-pounder, and for a guy from Wisconsin, he said, I've caught a lot of 10-pounders. And he weighed in his 8.5 pounds. But hey, I'll take an 8.5 pounder all day long. Pat Schopper, you are the Power Pole replay of the day.
Former Bass Nation national champion, Pat Schopper.
I came here a month ago because I'd never been here, and I spent about five days driving around. I kind of found 2 or 3 areas that I liked. It's all over the board. It's anywhere from 12, 15 foot out to about 40 foot. I mean, these fish are just roaming, and the particular ones that I'm catching, most of what I'm catching is not related to bait. You know, I think they're just really pre-spawn, and they're just out kind of roaming, maybe, you know, trying to warm up a little bit before they hit the bank. You know, where I'm fishing is I'm assuming real close to where they're gonna spawn. Really cool lake, big fish, and there's a lot of fish. You know, some of the lakes that we visit, there's big fish, but there's not necessarily the numbers. This place has got the numbers. I mean, there's a lot of 3 to 6 pound fish in here.
He's only an 8.5.
Here we got 21 now, baby.
You know you're having a good day when you're like, it's only an 8.5, Davey.
Only 8.5 pounder. Wow, a lot of big fish to be caught here before this week's over.
Everything's officially unofficial until they hit the scales this afternoon at 3 o'clock. But loading our hot seat is Fueta, where he was yesterday. Can anybody catch him this week, Davey Hite?
Oh, this tour's far from over. You know, you can't bet a lot of money against him, but we're only about halfway through the second quarter.
Well, this is not done. You're going to continue to follow the action all day long. TZ, Ronnie, and Such going to cover it right down to the wire, but Fueta atop that leaderboard. Pat Schopper trying to chase him down, and Robert G. What a way to kick off your Elite Series rookie event.
Yeah, what a start for Robert G.
And keep your eye on Jordan Lee sitting in 8th place. We'll be back shortly with Bassmaster Live.
Bassmaster Elite Series, the Gamakatsu Elite from Toledo Bend. This is it, the start of the 2024 season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our live coverage, sponsored by Yamaha. Great views of this incredible fishery, 185,000 acres of the Sabine River along the Texas-Louisiana border. Manny, Louisiana, a fantastic host city. And there you see a map of our catches so far. And where they are concentrated has not changed much since yesterday.
No, there is too little what I like to call hot zones, Tommy Sanders. Taking a look on the southwest side of Toledo Bend right there as we head upwards towards Indian Mounds. Looks like a lot of the damage is just south of that area throughout yesterday and today, friendo, as we swoop up the west side of Toledo Bend, taking a look over across the lake. I know there's been a little damage done in Pirates Cove. That would have been a iffy proposition yesterday with that southwest wind, but all our catches are right there, Tommy Sanders. Beautiful takeoff in Manny, Louisiana.
Yes, that's right. Cypress Bend is a fantastic place.
Yes, it is.
We are privileged to be there, but it's time to get down, start grinding on the Yamaha midday report, let everyone know what we have seen so far today.
Yep, and really kind of talking about what transpired yesterday. Cody Huff said he had an unbelievable practice Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Off day was Wednesday. One of the things Cody Huff said yesterday, I kind of just seeked refuge, got out of the wind, and think I added on to a lot of the areas that I caught him throughout practice. Never had a day throughout practice below 22 pounds, doing the typical offshore gig, 20 to call it all the way out to 40 or 50 feet of water. Solid morning so far for Cody Huff.
How about Luke Palmer? Colgate, Oklahoma, in his 5th year as a Bassmaster Elite Series angler, picked up his first win last year. Had a great day on day number 1, 25 pounds plus. Not happy with that, but got out, and things didn't start out very quickly for him today.
Yeah, and really yesterday, 2-prong approach for Luke Palmer. Was fishing shallow grass in 3 to 8 feet of water. Hydrilla mixed in with some eelgrass, but the clean spots were the big deal. But then he would fade offshore, kind of out in the realm where your leader, Fueta, was at. one of the good one right there for Luke Palmer. The one thing that he said yesterday, he had a good bag and he was in a bad mood. Lost 4 bass on day 1, over 6 pounds on a jerkbait and a bladed jig.
Stetson Blaylock was up in our studio last week, as a matter of fact, said, I can't wait to get to Toledo Bend. I love that place, and it's going to be the best we've seen it in a long time. So he was ready for this
Not
spot.
a real big. Exactly right. Stetson Blaylock still in the contingency with a lot of our other leaders on the southwest side of the lake. I don't know that I like looking at myself during the Yamaha midday report, Tommy. It's just there's a lot going on there. There's too much. It's overstimulating, to be honest with you. But one of the things that we got to talk to Stetson Blaylock about was he was one of the anglers that said, I'm a little bit further out, closer to the actual main river channel where the main river channel meets the creek channel, and caught a lot of bass on day 1 on the bottom out in 40 to 50 feet of water.
How about Robert G, second
That's
place?
our guy.
Yeah, coming in. Yeah, he's been our guy today. We spent a lot of time with him today, watching his screen along with him. He has laid it out perfectly, and he has made some great decisions here.
Yes, really fishing one of the anglers that's on the actual Louisiana side, south of our takeoff. And the one thing he's been concentrating on is little pinch points. Pinch points where creek channels kind of compress next to each other, where the south side of the creek channel meets the north side, and it makes a little funnel in those areas. Taking a look at that fish right there, actually committing to his bait. And a lot of our anglers, if you weren't tuning in to Bassmaster Live this morning, said a lot of these fish don't suspend just off of the bottom. You'll see, he's been around more bait, threadfin shad, more blankets of bait than any other angler. And a lot of our leaders said that actually the fish will suspend above the bait and then shoot down and attack a lot of the threadfin shad. Very interesting, where they said that they'll actually, the largemouth will rest above the plumes of bait.
Yeah, Robert G, one of our fantastic rookies out there, and one of our fantastic anglers year in and year out for the past 4 or 5 years has been this man from Wisconsin, Pat Schopper.
Yeah, Pat Schopper starting in a timber area on day 1, then making his way to this. Well, it's fair to say it's not a community hole in this tournament. It has been a community hole in the southwest side of Toledo Bend for the better side of ever. Tom, ever.
I think you're right.
But the one thing that we are getting to see, all of these anglers, Fujita, Pat Schopper, Stetson Blaylock, and there are a pile of other boats. You're looking at about 20% of the field is in that general region. And Schopper made the comment, what he's trying to do is just kind of get away from where the packs of boats, a big one right there, I believe that was at about 10:15, 10:30.
Oh, my heart.
Kyoya Fujita, 31 pounds and 3 ounces on day number 1.
Yeah, most of his damage done. Looks like, we don't quite know, a jig head minnow-ish style bait. All hardwood, all timber in, call it 25 to 35 feet of water. And his bag on day 1 looked a lot like that, and he was done at 11:30 yesterday. Not the case today, actually trying to upgrade throughout the day. And we talked about a little bit before our midday report is Fujita has had a lot of traffic running by him, very close to him, which puts him in that main creek channel area. So obvious that he's concentrating on that highway. That was your Yamaha midday report.
You saw Robert G cross the lake there. He's kind of over in that same region.
Back over to Stetson Blaylock now. Stetson, one of the few of our original top 10 that still remains in the top. Actually, there's about 4 of them. Such has been the turnover today. What'd you expect on day 2?
Look at those folks fishing the bank, having a time on the left side.
That's the camera boat.
That doesn't mean they're not fishing.
How do I get out of the way? Just go on the bank over there.
It's like a good one.
Need this one for the calls. Stay down. No, quit doing that. Oh, got him. It's a good one. He smoked it too. look at that, how he ate that.
Fish right there, got it.
Just about to give up on this little creek. That's the right kind.
Oh yeah.
Keep them.
A good upgrade there for Stetson Blaylock. Let's get back out to the man we were just talking about.
There gets a good look right there,
Super
dropping down.
rookie, Robert G.
Hit him right on the head. Wake up, peekaboo. Did not commit. And the other, I was listening to Dave and Davey, and the other thing is where viewers at times get frustrated when they're watching this. They're like, he's not even casting. He's not even casting. Well, listen, if you go out, and tons of our viewers know this, if you go out and you fish schooling bass, okay, schooling on the surface, right? And you're just casting around, and you miss them by one fraction of a second because you were casting, you had to reel in and throw out there. That is the reason a lot of these guys are not casting aimlessly. They're waiting until they see one because you have a microsecond to make the connection. There he is at 58 feet. I have to make the throw past him 8 feet for it to pendulum. If you miss that by a fraction of a second, you miss that opportunity. It is the same thing. And it's the same thing as this. It's that menacing game at a gas station. And the JM folks put this together because this is what I compare it to in my head. If you miss it by a fraction of a second, I will sit there, I will load that thing up with tokens, not quarters, tokens.
That thing's, that is like the milk bottles at the fair. That's totally real.
It is. Yes, it is. It's like the machine gun game with BBs where you knock the star out, but you leave one piece of red.
Shoot him into the clown's mouth.
Has nothing to do with forward-facing sonar. But this right here, that claw thing, is exactly what Robert G is doing in this tournament.
You have been chosen.
That is good. I don't know about the baby yesterday that we tried to equate it to. That confused me more than anything.
It kept getting bigger on the screen.
The claw game is eerily similar.
It's a Toy Story. It brings back my childhood.
Yes.
Yeah. But that baby thing got Ronnie's attention because Ronnie, you had something in the back of your mind. You thought, wait a minute, is this connected to that? What? Fill us in on what that was.
Well, I mean, it's the year of the baby. We got so many new anglers with babies on the Elite Series, and you know, I'm a new dad as well for the most part.
Sure.
You know, not quite 2 years old yet. So yeah, it's a pattern. It's not just forward-facing sonar. It's a pattern. It is a pattern.
Okay.
It's a pattern. It is a pattern. Yeah, right there's a look at that. We had it yesterday. I got confused. It looked like a pork chop at first. Wait, there it is. Which is soon to be the average age of a Elite Series angler with its There we go. Well, he has been around more bait. You see when he pans that trolling motor, just down there shining, just like you're shining deer.
See, how hard is that to cast the right distance past it so when it comes down, it's right at its nose?
It's like skipping a boat dock, man. It's just all practice. At first, when you first do it, it's awkwardly weird, and it takes practice. And then what's funny is after you do it, I've spent lots of hours doing it just because it's part of my job, is it actually becomes second nature to gauge that distance in your head to the cast.
How far it's going to fall.
And I know there's a lot of forward-facing sonar folks that watch this, and they would agree. At first, it's kind of weird, where you're like, wow, that doesn't look like it's 50
flinging
feet.
it out there and hoping.
Yeah, it just like anything else in fishing, it's really practice. You see that?
And it's also the one thing we saw with Brandon Polinick. He had his Mega Live set to 110 feet yesterday. Robert G has it just over 80 feet today. So also the difference is getting in someone else's boat, identifying how big of a blob it is, if that's a 5-pounder, because it'll look different when you're at 40 feet zoomed in compared to 80 or 120. So fine tuning, it's just like getting your clubs dialed in on the course.
And something we talked about yesterday was forward-facing sonar, eerily similar to bed fishing, knowing which one to spend time on, knowing which one to quit early on, learning the speed and return of species, right? Sizes. If you get a bigger return, you get a bigger blimp out there, it's usually a bigger fish. And like at home, I do it at home. A Zona show just aired. Largemouth suspended are a lot more sluggish than a smallmouth. A smallmouth will rocket at times for your bait.
Guys, we've seen some names that are new to the Elite Series today on Bass Live, with Robert G being a rookie as we bring it into the studios here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. So when you're looking at this first event of the season, we've got 10 new anglers and welcoming back Jordan Lee, so 11 new additions to the Elite Series, and you wonder, how do you balance in getting a new guy on your team? How do you go with veterans? How does it set up at Toledo Bend? And most of our rookies and first-year guys were in Bucket E. They were in the lowest bucket for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. We had some guys mixed in. Ben Milliken, being a champion on the Opens last year, wasn't in Bucket E. He was a little bit higher in Bucket B, also being that the first event was the place he won in 2023. So when you're thinking about some of the front runners from our pundits, from Such, from Tommy, myself, I picked up our best performer from day one, and we all picked somebody in either Bucket A or Bucket B that were in the top 10, with Tommy having Stetson, who was 5th after day one with 24 pounds. My best pick for day one was Cody Huff in 6th. He was in Bucket B, and then Ben Milliken in 9th in Bucket B. It was kind of hard to decipher. A lot of the guys, we had some great anglers on live yesterday with Christie, Hackney, Polinick, Cifuentes, Welcher, and a lot of those guys struggled. And so some of the chalk picks, percentage-wise, those 14 to 20% guys that you expected to do well, they were greeted with a difficult day one. We'll see if they can catch up and maybe make that day 3 cut for top 50 tomorrow, and then advance a little bit higher maybe in the standings on Saturday. We'll see if that transpires. But for the most part, some of the new names, like the rookies, all 9 being in the top 40 after yesterday, there's some ones to keep on your radar, learn about their techniques and skill sets. Meanwhile, a couple veterans of the sport, former elite champion, former college classic bracket champion, we know that they're good at this style of fishing. And so for right now, those are our best performers. We don't really have any duds, Tommy. Such, you guys did a great job on day one so far. I think me and you were literally tied, Tommy. So
is that right?
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. We'll have to wait till tomorrow for true bragging rights.
Just because I don't do the fantasy
Fantasies?
fishing.
Yeah.
Now you use Patrick Walters here?
I did for Drain the Lake. I did them both, but yes, I can't use Patrick the rest of the year. I picked him here.
Why did you go here and not Fork? Because of chalkness?
I think that so many people are going to pick him at Fork, but I thought he was a sleeper here. He was in top 27 day one, and I think where's he at in Bass Track right now, Such?
He's 7th. There you go.
So
okay, yeah, point well made.
It's really 20-pound bags today.
It's not, when you pick someone and Drain the Lake, you'd love them to do well, but it's really, you don't want that bomb. You don't want to pick them on their worst event. I think my worst guy right now is Brandon Card. He had 13 or 14 pounds in the 80s, and so you just don't want the one time you pick him to be 80s. If he gets 25th, I'll live with it for Walters, but we'll know he'll get a top 10 at some point soon.
Oh, yeah.
Robert G's hooked up.
That might be a catfish. Not really for sure. Yep, catfish.
Mr. Whiskers.
I did not know catfish suspended like that.
We were talking about that during
That is
commercial.
so bizarre.
How would you know? How
One
would you
thing
know?
we learned so much. I thought they were bottom dwellers. Dunk eaters.
For catfish enthusiasts, that's key information. That's
Don't
critical
drop your dough
information.
too far down. Keep your dough high in the
Yes,
column.
keep it up there. Kyoya Fujita still on top, still on track for a century belt. Early on, though, in this tournament. We are far from done with even day number 2. But day number 2 is all about the top 50. We continue to look at our top 10, but coming up in a few more breaks here, we're going to show you the top 50 and who's in danger of not making it to the weekend here. Very, very important to make it to 50th or better if you want to fish all the way to Championship Sunday, possibly. So we have that on the way. We'll be right back. Hey, glad you're with us. The weekend is on the way. We're getting closer and closer. This is the Bassmaster Elite Series, Gamakatsu Elite. Folks, we have started the 2024 Elite season. Yamaha brings us this live coverage today. So happy to be able to do it. We've got 103 anglers out there, and they have one objective for today. One and one only, be in the top 50. That's the only way you're going to get to fish tomorrow and have a shot at fishing on Championship Sunday. Take a look at our leaderboard. This is all unofficial right now. And Kyoya Fujita, who knocked out 31 pounds and a half yesterday, sits still atop that with the lead ahead of Pat Schopper, who's moved up from 3rd to 2nd place. Robert G from 2nd to 3rd as it stands right now. And on down the list through Chris Johnston and the likes of Patrick Walters, Jordan Lee, Kyle Patrick, all having moved up into the top 10. We're going to keep going down that list.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, see a lot of folks who were in the top 10. They're distributed down through the field. Jay Shakurik, Rookie of the Year 2 years ago. Austin Felix, who almost made our top 10 yesterday.
Rookie of the
Chris
Year
Zaldane,
4 years ago.
Texan in there. And Jacob Fouts, who spent some time in the top 10 earlier today. Closer to 30, Cooper Gallant from Canada. John Sokup of Oklahoma. Hunter Shryock.
We're
had a good
thinking
day
these
yesterday.
weights, Z? 32, might be around 50.
Somewhere between 32 and 33, yeah. Right.
So these guys need to maybe call up a little bit, Tom?
I think so. I don't think anybody really from there down is safe yet, for sure, especially what we got to see on day 1 here on Toledo Bend.
Matt Robertson, Drew Benton had a good day yesterday. Not having the day they had yesterday today, obviously, but got time to change that around. Old Bob Downey, John Garrett, super rookie there in the field. And there's your 50 cut right there. 16 pounds is what it took to make the 50th place yesterday. Yep. Right?
16.7,
What are we looking at double that for today's
32.
32. Okay.
Let's go.
We'll get there. We will get, let's go. Let's get there. Keith Combs below that. Brandon Polinick below that. Lots of surprises as we move down through the ranks there. Kenta Kimura, Mike Iaconelli in there, Mark Menendez.
Boy, the Taku Ito kind of surprises me.
Yeah, that does. You think he would?
Kind of surprises me.
He'd be going to town here at Toledo Bend. You would think. Kobe Krieger had a great day yesterday. Not so today.
Is that confirmed on Kobe Krieger, who was in the top 10?
He may not have pinged in.
No
yet.
pings.
No pings.
No
Okay.
pings. No
There we
pings.
go.
Got it,
Disregard.
guys. No pings.
Disregard my
7.
offhand.
Same with
first
Summerall.
thought was come.
Yeah.
Summerall has
Logan
But
Latusa.
Jason Christie there, that's wild.
Yeah, there's some definite surprises, and will be every day.
Well, Alex Weatherall just landed an 8-pounder to get up to 8th place. He had fallen into deep in the 20s. He almost had 22 yesterday, 13th spot. And that's on 4 fish. He's only got 4 fish today.
Back to our leader.
It started to blow him.
Yeah, it's a little.
What is that, from the west then?
West-northwest.
Oh! Maybe big one. Oh.
Very big one, he said. He's good at getting them in the boat.
Yes, that
Nobody's
you do
perfect.
not see that very
you don't
often.
see it much.
Had a couple other big ones come in recently. John Sokup with a 7.4.
Look at that
Joseph
high rider
Webster.
right there. If you look
Just
at
on nothing.
38 feet, his bait is, that must be a really light jig head to keep his bait that high. That was good. cannot believe how high those fish suspend.
Yeah, you could literally drive right over their head, out in the abyss. Just
there we go. That no help. I think. He's a fatty. Maybe. He does have shoulders. I like him. Yeah, he doesn't have much of a neck. That one probably goes 3 pounds almost.
Keeping it on track today. Keeping his spot in the top 3. That's going some. With this crowd.
He's got a killer coal beam from what we heard earlier.
Yeah.
And earlier today with rookie Robert G said, cut his teeth learning this, said he was a shallow water hammer and decided it is time to learn what's up. Actually got a text from Robert's father, who got his hands on my cell phone number some way, shape, or form. And you dropped me a text of back in Robert's college days, a bunch of bigger names, Cole Floyd, Cole Sands, where they have cut their teeth fishing offshore and just added forward-facing sonar as another element, basically stacking the chips, learning this technology, knowing you're going to come, your goal is to come to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Judging by our rookie contingency last year and this year, they are all really good at this, Tom.
How about that for your first 2 days of fishing with the Bassmaster Elite Series?
The other big hats off, he said he got to come here in pre-practice, really learn the lake, found something off the wall. I'm not going to say off the wall, but he is not in a community hole. I believe you had a viewer, a friend of yours, message that
it's a notorious shallower area. They don't really go to that portion for offshore fishing, but now we see him. Yeah, we now see him over, in the Hausen region, at least a little sampling.
But a lot of his damage done on the east side of the lake earlier today, and this one moments ago on the west side of the lake. So definitely has different areas to play with. And he made the comment with the wind yesterday, he did not get to look at a lot of his key areas. So very impressive performance for this rookie here in his first go around on Toledo Bend on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Robert G.
How high the fish are. Surprising, and what another thing you told us yesterday, you said there's many of them are coming from above down onto these bait balls there.
Weird,
you
man.
don't think of that being normal operating procedure.
Just a different deal. And the other thing is he just caught that fish just under the surface. He's out in the abyss, man. You could see those channel markers right there. He's in 50, he doesn't even really care about the bottom because he's
in the main river channel where it swings up in front of these points, looking for bait balls with fish running through them. Right now the bait's really pushed down to the bottom, so the fish are hard to get to, but I think I'm going to make a move here and try to go up here where the channel back swings and see if I can find any bait they've got pinned up in there. Not a good sign when your graph is blank like that. But yeah, let's make a move.
But everybody said you don't see them that high in the water column when you have waves. Generally, the ones that we've seen, those high riders, just under the surface or within, 2 feet of the surface, have been when it's been a lot calmer. That's what a lot of these anglers got to see in practice. That one was high even with the waves. So back to Koya Fujita live.
Just had a big one come off, he said.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be kind of gravy to go in there and catch them. As many fish as I've seen yesterday, so we're gonna keep the trolling motor on high out here for about 15-20 minutes, see if I can't pick off a good one or two, and I'm gonna go give the flat a little bit longer, and then right before takeoff, I got a low spot. I hope they're still there, because we get heavy in a hurry there. At least put a couple good fish in the boat and just keep it rolling. But this is not going to help out my area any at all with this wind blowing this hard, because I mean, it's blowing now. Kind of almost to the point, yes, like it was yesterday. It's really, really tough to fish in whenever you're trying to do a certain technique or something, like throw a jerk bait into the wind. So just gotta do it the best you can. Just keep down and keep your head going. It's been a grind today. Like I said, I think we've caught 6 or 7 keepers all day. You know, luckily a couple of them were pretty nice fish, so if we can get us one more 6-pounder in the boat, we'll be all right.
Tommy, just so you know, when an angler now says, I just got to keep my head down, he actually means it. That's literal.
That's not slang.
No, that is not. It's not throwing.
It doesn't mean diligence necessarily. It just means your posture.
I thought one thing in that 4-box, before we taking a look at the highlights from Luke Palmer earlier today, 3 to 8 feet of water, hydrilla and eelgrass mix. A lot of his damage was done up there yesterday, jerk bait and a bladed jig. Then kind of would fade deep out this area right here where Koya Fujita was in the same region. Was going back to that 4-box. We saw Cody Huff up fishing the bank a minute ago.
Yeah.
That surprises me.
Yeah.
Highly surprises me.
Especially where he's out on the leaderboard after yesterday. He's struggled a little bit more today, it looks like. So he may have had to bail on an area, I'm not sure.
Says he's got one
Over
fish.
10 here, so, which that would have been pretty awesome. But I didn't catch a 10. I had a 9.6.
Big one, that 6-pounder came about mid-morning for Luke Palmer.
Come on, fishies. Show up for old Luke. Yeah, they're always, what are you looking for out here on these humps or flats whenever you're looking for a fish? And all I'm looking for is a flicker of something that's, you know, up off the bottom. Those are the easier ones to catch. If you can find one that's suspended off the bottom, like I'm in 29, if he's in, you know, 15, 16 foot suspended up off the bottom, you got a really good shot to catch him. The ones that are right at the surface are sometimes a little bit, they want to be kind of sketchy. But seems like the last 2 days for me, they've been glued to the bottom. And it's, when you got wind blowing this hard, it's really hard to try to pick them up off the bottom, or it is for me. You know, there's a lot of guys that are probably way better at it than I am, but trying to see them on the bottom is pretty tough. Here's a I should get the pop-off seat from them, I guess. You probably need it way more than I do. You kind of have to watch out. You'll get impaled by the stick back there in the back. It is crazy how much these fish have progressed in 3 or 4 days. You know, I was seeing quite a few fish out deep. No giants really, but now it's like, it seems like that wave pulled up and it maybe pushed on back. And once again, Luke's hard-headed and won't just go up there with them. You know, a lot of guys talked to yesterday, a lot of them fish shallow and caught tons of fish, so I mean, you know what's heading there. I mean, their females are right behind those males and stuff, so.
doing a little bit of moving around, a little bit of thinking and reorienting themselves to just kind of a slow period. Same time yesterday, and things picked up the later it got into the afternoon. So we have seen some great action so far this morning. A lot of movement up and down that leaderboard. Again, 50th place is job one. We'll keep after it. We'll be back. Afternoon fishing is going strong here. Show you Fujita on top of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Toledo Bend. Again, we're day 2. That means it's a very important day. Got to be in the top 50 if you want to move on to the weekend. Moving up into the top 10, we can see some names like Jordan Lee and Kyle Patrick, the rookie. Got a rookie in 3rd place too, Robert G. Very impressive. Great job so far this week here. In the studio with Mark Zona, headed to the Hall of Fame induction in September.
Yeah.
I just had to mention that again. Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, Tommy Sanders.
We will be headed there as well, but just to watch.
Absolutely. It'll be the peanut gallery.
Bassmaster line, of course. Tell that was a good one he lost. You didn't see that much.
No, he said good fish, big fish.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And that one was live. This one right here was moments ago. And he is in that same area that has received a throttling.
Oh! Maybe big one.
Such reacted the same exact way over there because he knows the Kyoyo had the best shot of a Century Club.
Still on pace with 50 pounds 11, but he's had a way slower day with only 19 and a half. He just hadn't caught the big fish. Big ones at 5 and a half. In fact, G hasn't caught a monster either today.
Good fish.
He's had a good day.
You're afforded a little bit of a slip when you catch 31 pounds on day one. So just at that 20-pound mark today with, like Such saying, he doesn't really have a giant. That's a, I don't know how that one weighed 5 and a half, but we'll just keep an eye on what scale he's got.
Yes.
Definitely a little bit tougher today, but he's still in pretty good shape. You see that big hardwood over his shoulder right there? That has been the key. Those big hardwoods used to grow right next to channel edges. And that is where he has concentrated the entire tournament so far, Koya Fujita.
Out a little farther is Luke Palmer.
Hang on. There's one right there.
Chris Johnston culls with a 3-pound 10 ounce. He's up to 24 change. He's got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of a 9.0 today.
What's it going to take to get a camera tomorrow for the top 10? It was 22 for 10th yesterday.
It can't be that big because he hit it twice. It's probably a crappie, actually. Kind of acting like a crappie. No. Low spot.
I'm gonna
see
say
the spots ain't very smart.
42
Go down just slightly.
and a half.
Okay.
42 and a half, Tommy, for a camera.
Okay.
Well, no, we got
10.
What was 10th place?
22-8 yesterday.
Maybe 41, I guess.
Oh, so you're backing it down.
I don't know. I don't know.
We'll give you a
It's been
range.
weird, man.
Let's double that, in between 44 and 45 maybe, Ronnie.
Yeah, I guess.
That's what you're thinking?
I'm thinking that.
I'm going to run out of time if I don't get back in there.
There's been
We
some
had
big fish caught of bag
20
builders.
plus limits yesterday.
Yep, 25 bags, 20 pounds or more.
A lot slower today.
Palmer just sounds like he's about to make a move to his area closer to takeoff if he wants to spend enough time there. Meanwhile, the farthest angler away from takeoff in our camera coverage is Pat Schopper.
Good and decent one.
bigger than what we got, boy. They're eating in here. It's a 3, isn't it? Little 3-easy. Had to go a little bit lighter weight. I mean, it's a solid one. Fatty likey. Yeah, that's 3 for sure.
I'm guessing 3 1/4.
That would be awesome if it was 3. 3 1/4 to 3 1/2. I think you're close.
I was watching this tournament right now, looking at Pat Schopper's day, I was talking to Michael Middleton, one of the producers of Bassmaster, and I really believe what I'm gonna tell you about forward-facing sonar right now. This is one of those tournaments, looking at a lot of the anglers that have been up shallow. We're gonna throw it to Pat Schopper here in a second. I'll go on that in a minute.
Okay, don't forget, write it down.
Okay.
Pat Schopper, interesting guy, has come up with some fantastic performances.
Karate Kid.
In his relatively short time with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Louisiana, let me hear ya.
So I came here a month ago because I'd never been here, and I spent about five days driving around. I kind of found 2 or 3 areas that I liked. It's all over the board. It's anywhere from 12, 15 foot out to about 40 foot. I mean, these fish are just roaming, and the particular ones that I'm catching, most of what I'm catching is not related to bait. You know, I think they're just really pre-spawn, and they're just out kind of roaming, maybe, you know, trying to warm up a little bit before they hit the bank. You know, where I'm fishing is I'm assuming real close to where they're gonna spawn. Really cool lake, big fish, and there's a lot of fish. You know, some of the lakes that we visit, there's big fish, but there's not necessarily the numbers. This place has got the numbers. I mean, there's a lot of 3 to 6 pound fish in here.
He's only an 8 1/2. Here we got 21 now, baby.
Giant bass.
I'm catching fish anywhere from 3 to 8 feet, and then I'm having to jump out from 22 to 40. That's a big range. That mid-range depth, I'm having a lot of struggle getting those fish to bite. I don't know if it's because they've been pressured so much, and those deep fish are coming up out of the deeps coming in, and with the shallow fish are up there munching right now and getting ready to go to spawn anyway. I've seen, you know, we all have scope and stuff now. I've been able to get in drains and actually see fish passing me going to the bank into those drains. So that was a big scare for me today, because I'm thinking, wow, this shallow bite's really going to get going. If we have 2 nice days, you better get ready. Things are about to happen. And I think it's about to really bust off here at this lake, too. Finally. Not a big one, but it is another fish.
There it is, Luke Palmer, your VMC red line on point right there, like Dave Mercer's voice effect there.
Yes.
Made him sound like the Wizard of Oz or something.
It did.
Pretty cool.
Like a intimidating in an odd way. What I was going to say, we're going to get back out on the water was, let's say this tournament, okay? This tournament, this time of year, would have been, and I want McInnes to hear this too. Say this would have been 10 years ago without forward-facing sonar. You know what we'd be doing? Taking a look at this VMC on point right here. Solid day for Pat Schopper. Anchored by that 8 1/2 pounder, still with a lot of room to grow. VMC on point, unofficially 22 pounds and 4 ounces.
Got 1 Jimmy Jack to get rid of.
He's got 1 Jimmy Jack to get rid of. You are exactly right, Ron Moore. Solid day. Solid day. If this tournament would have been 10 years ago without the benefit of forward-facing sonar, we would all be saying on Bassmaster Live, and a lot of our viewers used to watch back then, man, they should be shallow. This is actually a lot tougher tournament. I'm being dead serious. That's what Middleton and I were talking about, was we would say this is a lot tougher tournament than we thought, and would probably end up taking 72 to maybe 82 pounds in there. And this tournament will end up scaring the century mark because of that technology.
Well, that's undeniable. Absolutely.
Granted, a lot more anglers would have looked shallower and somebody would have fell on a load in that shallow to mid-range depth, that 5 to 15, that is not being exploited at all for the most part this week.
Not effectively, no.
But what I guess my point is 10 years ago, there is no way this tournament could scare 100 pounds. No way, no how.
We would say they weren't ready yet.
So you must
96
you
pounds
must be
7-8 years ago.
Such, different time of
Yes,
year.
yes.
Okay, that's not. What I'm
Comparable.
saying is,
It's hard to break 100 on the
obsessed,
bank.
as obsessed as you are with Century belts, you have to be a big fan of the technology. Back out on the water right now. Okay, I'll stop talking.
Oh, I am.
Stetson play left.
Chris Zaldane jumps in our top 10 at 8th. He's
Saw
coming
that.
from 31st, and Johnston was right behind him in 32nd.
I had it the
Patrick
whole
Walker
time.
was
Never
27th.
felt that one get it. It's not big, I don't think. No. That's crazy right there. That one had it the whole stinking time. Just double, triple check.
Littler caught a good one in the past hour. That one might not make it, the one he just caught there. It's back to Kyoya Fujita. Been a little while since Kyoya's last keeper.
Yeah, he's lost his last few or
Yeah.
mishooked them or
Which
whatever
could
happened.
be a sign that they're getting a little twitchy and tweaky. Oh boy.
Big it. Big it, big it, big it. Big one. Go big it. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Smallest fish is 2.8. Solid cull right there.
Look at that.
Packed like he never left.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
He jumped in the boat.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a 6, right?
5.5 at least.
6.
He said 6, didn't he?
I think he said 6, 7.
Wow.
I heard his cameraman Jake ask 6.
Oh, okay.
But I couldn't hear what he said.
That is a actual zone of show landing too, right there. Usually he's very clean and very.
Yeah, he was batting that one around like
it
a-
was a.
Yeah.
It was a man bear paw came out right there. Boom, boom, boy.
Yeah.
We're having time in there, aren't they?
That's why we couldn't hear his response. I think his mic fell out. Look at the tail fin. Giant.
Did I joke?
And turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
That's a good eye right there, Suge.
He's got that professional
He is-
pirouette
You
going
notice
there.
when he works on any tackle, we're going to see that right shoulder. Is what we're gonna
Hey,
see.
I like him. He is a friend of the program though. He said, "You want to know my secret baits? Watch Bass Live all day tomorrow." So
Hey, I do want to tell you something I notice about his rig right there. A lot of times when we go up north, you see a very long fluorocarbon leader. Look at that. You do not see that with Koya.
Did you see the fish eat?
Yes, yes, yes.
I would say he's got about a maybe 2-foot fluorocarbon leader to that braid, probably due to that, obviously, with the standing timber and hardwoods that he's in, and size of fish that he's catching as well.
Up to 23 pounds even on Bass Rex, 54 total. That was put in as a 6-pounder.
I need one more big one.
Still got a 3-pounder in there.
Notice something else, looking at his bait right there, he is not throwing those little 1.5 to 2-inch baits, just a little bit bigger, kind of 3.5 to maybe a 4-inch shad style bait. As we're kind of getting near the last couple hours here on day 2, going to be very interesting to see truly how much pressure that area can get tomorrow. Even though there will be less anglers from this tournament, that is a popular area.
I mean, I remember weekends past, and I mean, it just loads up.
Indeed.
With every description, every size boat you can imagine.
And amazingly enough, it loads up with boats, and it loads up every single day, it appears, like bass. It's like the monkey box on Okeechobee. It is like the Seabold on Lake Gunnersville. You just keep catching them.
Yep.
Power pole replay of the day. Well, it is you, Koya Fujita. Said he needs one more big one. Look at that cod. Good deal right there. Said he needs one more big one, and he will be where he needs to be for the day.
We got Pat Schopper on the verge of 50 pounds here. He may have 50 pounds in the box.
He's got a 2-pound, 2-ounce in his 5, so he's got a lot of headroom.
He could easily over top 50.
Oh, big one.
Oh boy.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Good bass.
Okina sakana.
Okina sakana.
What was that, Tom?
I don't know.
Okina
Just
sakana.
cool. Yeah.
What it sounded like.
Tell him fish and I can call him. He laughed, so it can't be bad.
Yeah. Another good one. I would say his leader, fluorocarbon leader, two things, is only probably 15, 18 inches at most.
Yeah, saw that.
And the other thing, he leans on him with that spinning rod.
Yeah. Oh.
Dude, that's a big one, and took him about 10 seconds to land that bass.
He doesn't mess around.
Yeah. Far different than the way they fight smallmouth.
Yeah, this is a... I mean, he kind of pours the coals to him.
Sayonara. Domo arigato. Wow, upgrade. Yeah.
We talked about potential, you know, who we all thought for Angler of the Year. In all honesty, you look at the schedule, the way it's laid out, and next week's gonna be a little bit like this. Fair? Yeah. Unless he if you're looking at our schedule, I'd love some of the Bassmaster Live viewers to give their opinion of this. Unless he some way, shape, or form slips up in Florida, you look at the rest of the year, Alabama offshore, Wheeler, Smith Lake, really,
even more so.
really,
even more so. Yeah.
And then we come north. The only prayer is that if he slips up in Florida.
Well, he didn't win Seminole. He was second.
Right. Right.
Let's see, what did he do at Murray? Oh, third place.
So how many AOYs does he end with when he ends his career? No, I'm just kidding.
But in all honesty, I think that is looking at the schedule, that's the only one where you go, he could, there's a possibility of a stumble.
Need to see.
24.
Yeah, good.
But see, and that's the deal is the Harris chain.
You could absolutely see that. You could see that at the Harris chain, and if he gets on one of them,
Rodman or something like that,
Rodman or any of those shell beds on the, I mean,
that's the thing. It's not just stumbling upon this. Like, there's probably a portion on most lakes, even in Okeechobee, where you can seek it out and do your strengths. You can go find those trees to flip if you're a flipper. Back in the day when you would see someone go way up the river at Smith Lake and find some trees to flip. There's places on every lake that someone can seek this out. And I think he's learning that. I think he took 195th at the Open at Okeechobee.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
But watching Bass live, or at least like paying attention later, knowing that there was a thing in the rim, he'll never go wrong there again in terms of approach, maybe. Trying to learn a new body of water or find where his style would be applicable.
Gained another pound with that color. He's up to 55.
you're so elusive, Kioya. So elusive.
Yep. He's like a blocker in roller derby.
He really is.
He might have Jake on the payroll. One thing of note as well, he was boat 97 out today, so he has till 4:30 Central Time. A lot of anglers seem like they've either evacuated this area when the wind really got up, but he has pushed through and stayed, and he'll have till 4:30 if he wants to continue to pressure it.
Man, oh man, furious little action-packed interlude there with Kyoyo Fujita. A couple of misses, couple of good ones too. How about a little Northland daily trivia here? How old was Toledo Bend for its first bass event? Was it 10 months old? Was it 2 years old? 20 months old? Was it 2 years and 5 months old?
20 months? Come on.
Yeah.
Put that in years and months, Suits. You're confusing me.
We'll let you think about that. We'll come back after the break and pay off our Northland Daily Trivia.
1 year,
Happy to have it
8
here
months
today
running.
and We'll see you just around the corner. Everywhere from an hour and a half to about 2.5 hours for our anglers here in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Gamakatsu Elite, sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. All right, we promised you an answer to our Northland Daily Trivia question here, which was all about, as a matter of fact, Toledo Bend Lake here. We know it's been online over 60 years and very close to its beginnings were the beginnings of B.A.S.S, the Bass Angler Sportsman Society. So let's repeat the question for you one time. How old was Toledo Bend for its first B.A.S.S event? Was it 10 months old, 20 months old, 2 years, or 2 years and 5 months? Mark,
I feel bad. I actually did a podcast, a Louisiana podcast, where the podcaster told me this. I had no idea what it was.
Oh.
It was very young. It was 20 months old.
20 months old. Ronnie?
I was going to say 20 because Such was trying to fool us with it just being over a year and a half.
Well, there's your answer there.
Hooking up and tracking down was the podcast I did.
Jerry McKinnis and Forrest Wood finished in the teens back to back.
Podcasts are ruining our trivia.
Getting fed the answers once again, betrayed here in the Bassmaster Studios. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We were talking about one of those BFAs, one of those big fish alerts, and if you were picking guys for Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, which is our game mode where when you pick an angler, you use them for the year right there in that event. You can't use them anymore. I picked guys like Patrick Walters that I expected to get off on a hot start, knowing that I can't pick him at Fork, Grand Lake for the Classic, Murray, Florida Swing, any of that. If you picked a northern angler in this first elite, you may have done well picking Alex Wetherell. This is from the water just a moment ago with one of our super marshals, Rick Moore. So if you're picking him for Falcon Rods Bassmaster Drain the Lake, this northern pro who is well versed in smallmouth, you could have saved him for Champlain or the St. Lawrence, but right now sitting in our top 10 on Bass Track unofficially, still 4 fish to his limit, needs 1 more, but this 8-pounder makes up for it in the meantime. And Alex Wetherell, second-year Elite Series pro, is looking to make his second top 10 of his career. First, he's got to make it to the top 50 in advance to tomorrow. Once he does that, he'll be 1 step closer. But that big 8-pounder, 1 step closer. And if you picked him, great job throwing darts, because if you also didn't know, he just got back to the States in time to start practice for Toledo from a trip to France with one of his sponsors.
What?
He said,
Wow.
I still am feeling the jet lag. Going from France to Manny, Louisiana, it isn't the best
Hold up, look, we got it. We got one real close. Real close.
I think he threw at his
He's in his
boat.
beam.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
My goodness. Well,
That was a little aggressive on the
good.
cast.
It's all good. That's what I like to call hot apple pie.
Well, thanks to Alex for showing us that big fish there.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
Super Marshal Rick
Yeah.
Morrell, who made some
Yeah.
suspiciously
My uncle Rick Moore.
pro production moves on that.
Oh, he's the man. He said he's been on the water. I had him on the podcast talking about the Marshall program. I think he's been on the water like 25 or 30 events, so roughly like 60 days with B.A.S.S. He said, I've never been with Rick Clunn. And I said, well, in your 50th season with or his 50th season, we may try to get you in one of those events with the legend.
Be a good deal.
All right.
Robert G.
If you're hoping on Matt Airy, he just jumped from the 30s to 7th place, his second 6-pounder.
Got a
Today's
balloon
got him
out
over
there at about 42 feet out. Now he's at 40.
15 feet down.
He threw to 50. Dropping
All right,
it down.
Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Good.
Come here. Oh, I don't think it.
Robert's got a 2 1/4.
I think you wanted it.
See, and that's what's hard, how big that
Hang your
blob
mouth.
looked.
I don't think that'll help. Hope not.
Have you ever thought Toledo Bend, Manny, Louisiana?
No.
every single fish catch today, except for I believe 2 or 3, have been on a spinning rod.
That's
ever.
What a world.
No. No.
Robert G., one of our rookies. If you don't know him now, you do. From the University of Tennessee, his first year fishing the Opens last season, fishing all 9, which is the path to qualifying for the Elite Series. And he registered 4th in the points race last year. As we take a look at our current updated for 2024 Tackle Warehouse EQ points race standings. We've gone through 2 Opens, Tommy, Okeechobee and Ouachita, and Paul Marks has made a top 10 in both of them. Easton Fothergill finished 11th at Ouachita. Otherwise, he would have gone back-to-back top 10s as well. And then that cutoff there at the bottom is Dakota Ebert, 9th place. The top 9 will advance. Got a good mixture right now of a couple college anglers in Fothergill, Smith.
Kung from Canada.
Kung's from Canada. Weiberg and Newcomb from Missouri. Marks.
I just like catching.
Emil are both college
They're the
age
wrong
but didn't
size.
fish
I
in
need
college. And then 3 former
Only
tour
casting
pros.
the big ones. If I can even find any big ones.
G was just, I'd hate to say he's tier 2, but in terms of last year's points race, it was, for the most of the season, it was a 3-person runaway, JT Tompkins, John Garrett, Trey McKinney. But even then, JT and John separated themselves by about 50 points from Trey in those last 2 events. Meanwhile, Robert was right behind Trey, just a little bit, almost locked in with an event and a half to go, basically. He was locked in. Stress-free for the most part at Harris Chain. Then we had Kenta Kamira, which he was already on the elites, so he double qualified, and we bumped it down to 10th, which was Kyle Patrick sneaking in.
Kyle having a good tournament. He's a lot to be fishing tomorrow.
I'd like to know what pound his leader, fluorocarbon leader, is.
Julia? There's the lure.
Yeah. I don't think that he's using the one on the right all that much, though. I've watched that rod today not move that
Oh, it didn't?
much.
Okay. That's like a...
Watch the rod.
That's
It
a
seems to
decoy.
me, it seems to me that the loaded weapons are the ones on the left of his. Listen,
That meant to
I have
draw your
studied.
attention, though, okay?
I have studied, and not only that, he doesn't, the ones he's using, he doesn't hook up to the guides of his rod. Yes, I think there's been some. Yeah. I
That
see
one's-
it's on the deck. I
that
just
one's
don't
just
know that I've
along
seen
for
it
the-
been
yeah.
casted yet. It is a decoy.
Subterfuge. Taku even said that. Taku said, Kiyoya comes in, floats out there, waiting for his truck to be back down. We'll put all of his rods away before he gets there. And when he launches, he doesn't have any rods out. And he keeps it secret from even those who may be close to him.
Maybe the way of the future.
Yeah. Let's hope not. Everything's cyclical. Larry Nixon said they started doing that when TV was big in the 80s, started getting big. People, that was the one advantage you had over people.
Magic lures.
So if Kiyoya thinks that if everyone has forward-facing sonar and everyone's getting good at it, that if I do have some baits others don't have, maybe.
Jake Latondras, his family, he's friends. I just tuned him up. I said, stop panning in on lures. He's not thrown one time today.
God. Jake's trying to please you.
I know he
He's
is.
working hard for you.
Jake and I
all
were
of us.
texting back and forth earlier before the day 2 began.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe Jake gets coached on what not to. I mean, you could look at his forward-facing sonar at his console to the right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner, has been covered the entire day.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
For a reason.
Yeah, sure.
I was there Wednesday, checking out the graphs, seeing which ones we could plug into, maybe show on Bass Live, and then I drove back so we could do live Thursday morning. Guys would pull up, Kyle Jesse would take a photo of their truck and their boat, and right when he was done snapping them, I'd walk up and check out the graphs, and Keoya got out of the truck and said, "What are you looking at?" in layman's terms. And I said, "Oh, plugs for your unit." He said, "Oh, no, I'm good, thank you."
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I don't know if he
right.
quite understood, but it also
Yeah.
was like,
He was fine.
hey, you need to get out of here.
Next time you do that at a tournament, see if you can borrow somebody's German Shepherd to have with you. just for intimidation purposes. See how kind of reactions you get. What Robert G is looking at right there.
Sorry, the mic died in the middle of that story. But yeah, basically Keoya was his own paparazzi control.
Sure.
And made sure I was.
Hey, that's, you want a
not
job done
poking
right, do
around
it
too
yourself.
much.
You
Yeah,
don't
not
want you
poking
creeping
around too
around.
much.
Yeah.
Not saying much right now. At all.
Notice one thing after he was up in that drain early today, he has gotten a lot closer. Shot across the lake. And on the west side, he has fished a lot deeper than anglers that we have been on today. Really close to the main channel. You can see when he pans, see it comes up to about 25, but the rest of it is very deep.
Yeah.
Have a number of anglers who have not pinged, including 7th place Kobe Krieger, but Caleb Summerall just pinged in only one fish. He had 21 pounds yesterday.
Wow.
That is hard to.
Another thing to keep an eye on for those who like statistical streaks. Last year, Stetson Blaylock and Kyle Welcher were the only anglers to make the top 50 cut in all 9 Elite Series events. And I went back to 2022 to see how long the streak may have lasted at the end of that year. Blaylock did not make the cut at the Mississippi River at the end of 2022, but Welcher did make the top 50. So Welcher has a 10 elite streak of making the top 50, and he is in 67th right now with 4 fish, and is most certainly after day 1 as well with 15 pounds in jeopardy of doing that.
Precarious.
And missing his first cut in, I guess, a year and a half, dating back to the summer of 2022.
He's in a little bit later flight, so he may have some time, but that's a big ask to rally in the last hour and a half.
Yeah, and he would most likely need a bigger bag than he had yesterday. Not only does he need to finish his limit out, but he'd also have to beat his 15 and change yesterday and get maybe 17 to get to that 32 mark that Z is thinking is the magical top 50.
What was it? Wendlet was at 16.7, so you double that, 32.33 for the cut. Yeah.
I hope this is a bass. This is freakish looking.
Right there at 60. Oh my gosh. 55 feet away now.
Boy, it is long looking, isn't it?
Looks like there's like a faint, maybe. It looks like a limb, like kind of jutting off of the main tree to the right a little, and the fish is right on it. He is right on the fish.
This kind of looks like part of the tree from some of the
just
trees.
moved off the tree.
Did it
just a
move
little,
off?
like it just,
Okay,
I could
wow.
see it shift to like a foot off the tree, 2 feet off the tree.
Phantom right there. Let's take a look down. The 50th place is the key number for the weigh-in that is on the way. Taku Ito, the last man in if it were to end right now, and those were actual, real, official weights. Justin Hamner, Cody Huff, Brandon Polinick.
Cody Huff,
Wow,
6.
That's hard to believe. And Joyce Fuentes, so good at this sort of fishing. Spent all day with him yesterday.
John Cox took a 5-foot running Fritz side, cut the bill in half, and it runs about a foot. He's trying to make the cut with the modified bait.
Well, he's got a little work to do as well, but there's time to get it done. It's just running out as we speak. Bassmaster Elite, the Gamakatsu Elite from Toledo Bend, sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Getting close to the end of our coverage time for Bassmaster Live. It's been our pleasure to bring you about 7 hours of that today. The weigh-in looms ahead, starting around 3 o'clock. I want to say big hats off to Toledo Bend Lake Country, our local host.
100%.
Host city, Manny, Louisiana, Cypress Bend Park, and all these entities working together to make this a fantastic weekend. The Bass on the Bend, man, it's like a whole fun festival devoted to fishing here on one of the greatest lakes in the country. TH Marine Weather Watch for tomorrow. Get you squared away on that. A high of 77 degrees, maybe a little touch warmer tomorrow. Cooler at night, low of 49. Northwest wind, 5 to 10 miles an hour.
Nice day for how they're catching them.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you haven't seen it on social media, Toledo Bend Lake Country asked all the Elite Series pros to pronounce some Cajun words that you would frequent in Toledo Bend, and you could see all their answers there and how they did not do it correctly. I wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge and show you some of these aerials from past Elites, 2011, 2014, times where it's been much lower, and how these turns in different places the timber is that are now flat are full of water now. With it being almost full pool, some of these places that were maybe, barren in past years have overgrowth on them, and they're also going to be a great stopping point for a lot of these anglers. We're going to see them, I'm going to replay this video, we're going to see them throughout the week as these places that have timber on the edges, where those buoy markers are, where the creek channels are, you can see that probably there's some bigger timbers like you talked about, Z, in the background of some of these people's footages. Some of these deals are the access to deep water. It's a great map of showing you where the deep water is going to be, and these anglers have been right there on the edge of it. Sometimes they pan up to the right and it's much shallower up on the flat. Sometimes they pan off in the ditch, and that's where they see the bait balls and the fish as they work their way from the main lake to the backs of the pockets or to the main between creeks. We're going to keep an eye on that as we go throughout the weekend. Once we get more precise locations for some of these anglers, we'll be able to truly break down the depth zone they're covering and the region of the lake and why, and especially if it changes from going from the mouth of these creeks and the main lake as they get deeper in the lakes, into the creek, if they follow their population of fish. So we're going to keep an eye on the maps, the depths, and how these anglers are fishing as the week transpires.
Back out on the water with Robert G. Robert G. getting the job done today, hanging in there in the top 3, keeping himself positioned at his very first Elite Series tournament.
A rough day for some. Cody Huff, who started 6th, just caught a second fish. He's now in 50th.
That is stunning. I really thought that Cody Huff was, obviously with the practice that he had, he was going to be the biggest threat to Goya.
And that one happened, just for reference, that one was 45 minutes ago, but it's just popping in now. So maybe if fish are inputted a little bit later, once they get service, they'll pop in, but we haven't seen much action from his camera today. So that looks accurate. It's just a little delayed of when it popped in.
Well, just a little while away, a little over an hour. Your attention will shift to the weigh-in. There's the man in charge right there, the one and only Dave Mercer. Dave, so much enjoyed the coverage on location with you and Davey earlier today. Some great info and everything like that. What's the vibe for you on this important day when half the field has to go home, and they really don't want to go home from Toledo Bend, do they?
No, they do not want to go home, Tommy. But I'll be honest, of all of them, I mean, they never want to leave. I mean, if you want to do well on the Bassmaster Elite Series, you need to stay here all the way through the weekend. But it's a little easier at the beginning of the season. Everybody's happy to be back here. But speaking of vibes, just rolling in here, it's been 7 years since we've been here, but you guys have been here. This community, Manny, Louisiana, an incredible community. I mean, all the volunteers are the same volunteers that were here before. It's like seeing a bunch of old friends, and I don't know if you remember, but these folks love to tailgate and have a party. And I just rolled back in here with Davey Hite, and we both turned to each other, and we're like, this party is getting ready to start. We had a great Thursday crowd. I think we're going to have a monster Friday crowd. And this weekend, we got some Zydeco music happening. There's a lot going on at this event. So it's a festive event, and it is the best weather in the world. Like right now, you've got a breeze. It's mid-70s. It's sunny. It's beautiful. I mean, let's just make all the events all season long this exact temperature.
So, Dave, one of the things that I noticed watching, I got to watch the entire weigh-in yesterday with you. It was very odd. And why I say odd, a lot of the veterans, some of the biggest names in the sport, I'll throw out Iaconelli. And granted, Mike is not a happy Iaconelli when he doesn't catch him. But it was almost like, usually in the first tournament of the year, you've done this for enough years, usually in the first tournament of the year, a lot of the rookies are shell-shocked. It looked to me yesterday, a lot of the veterans were the ones that walked off the stage that looked like they took a right hook.
That's a great question from a Hall of Famer, and I thank you for asking it, Hall of Famer Mark Zona. I will say I felt the same thing, and I know it's early. It's we're a second day of the season. There is a long season ahead, but it really feels like a weird vibe is happening. We've all paid attention to how the sport has continued to change over the last number of years. We see the technology that's happening. But I think what you're seeing is it's kind of a different deal this time around. You watched Jason Christie a few years ago win the Bassmaster Classic, using that technology in the morning and then fishing docks in the afternoon, going back and forth, kind of straddling both approaches to the sport. And I feel like it is changing so rapidly, and what I mean by that is you could do that at that time, and there will be events that you can do that. But this feels like one of those events that if you're half in with that technology, you can't compete with an angler that's all in with that technology. And that's literally what it felt like yesterday. You know, when guys were weighing in, I think some of these folks, they're all proficient with it. But it's so much easier for one of these rookies to kind of turn a blind eye to everything they know because it's been such a big part of their career. Well, now you ask Greg Hackney to forget everything that he's learned over the last 20, 30 years of competing. That's a lot harder. So I think what you're seeing is this is continuing to evolve, and there was some folks shell-shocked when they weighed in, not just because of their performance, but look at the rookies. I mean, 9 of them all in the top 39. This is going to continue to evolve, and I will say this, and I know I'm going to get some darts thrown at me.
Uh-oh.
It's time some of these folks start getting the respect that they deserve for what they're good at. We have celebrated different anglers the whole way through this sport. Greg Hackney is great with a jig. David Fritz is great with a crankbait. Well, Choya Fujita is great with that technology. And it's not as simple as you put it on the front deck of your boat and it happens, because that's what yesterday proved to me. I mean, people think you just strap that on and the fish jump in the boat. Well, they all have it on, with the exception of one, John Cox, obviously, and everybody loves them for it. But, I mean, you're seeing guys with literally walls of units on their boat, and they're getting outfished by somebody that's better at it than them. And it's just, I think, because technology is involved, we want to avoid the skill. But there is an incredible skill that we have seen anglers like Fujita and some of these rookies display, and I think that they deserve the respect that they should get.
Well
Dave, for future reference, Dave, tell us, among our rookies, our new crop here, which among them is the best with these new tools, just so we'll know who to watch in the weeks to come.
I think it's all of them, really. I mean, Ben Milliken's incredible. I think John Garrett's incredible. Of course, every single one of them is really, really good at it. But here's my sleeper right now. I'm going to tell you the rookie that is going to become a rock star in this sport, Tyler Williams. I mean, he is from Maine. He literally never wears shoes, hardly bathes. Nobody will go into his camper because it smells bad, let's just say. Like, literally, his friends knock on the door and tell him to come out. They won't go in there. But this kid is so committed to the sport. He left home a couple of days into January, hasn't gone back home, but he's like the love child of Greg Hackney and John Cox. He's got that friendly happiness, but he is an assassin when it comes to jig fishing. So I'm saying Tyler Williams, while he doesn't get a lot of hype, I mean, obviously Robert G is a player. We've seen that. We're all going to have moments with all of them, but Tyler Williams he's going to be something.
Oh, yeah, cleaning it up, no doubt about it. Dave, I got to ask one question. You said you made I have to ask this. You said the people need to give Koya respect. Why, you're mad, bro. Who are you mad at? Who needs to but I think we have.
D. Wade.
I'm not saying you guys, but there is people. I mean, I don't know who they are.
I want to know who they are.
Snake Dog 23, all of them. It's because technology's involved, people want to say, you know, that they're not as good as it. It's no different than me and Jake Latondras talked about it. You know, 20, 25 years ago, there was a bunch of people who said, I'm never shooting digital pictures. I am a film. I shoot with film. That's the true art. Well, those people, that's a hobby now. You have to give the respect to what they're accomplishing. And there is people, I don't know who they are, Bass Slayer 786, whoever it is, but there's people that want to make it seem like Choya Fujita does not have the skills of some others. I'll tell you this. I talked to Sego this morning. He straight up asked Choya. He said, if this was made illegal, if tomorrow, obviously not tomorrow, they wouldn't make a decision in the middle of the season, but if next season you showed up here and they said there is no forward-facing sonar,
Craig did not pause once, he said. He looked him straight in the eye, and he said, as long as it's the same for everybody else, I will find a way to make them bite.
Dave, excellent, excellent. All right.
Dude,
you have
great
been
energy.
warned out there,
Mad
you people,
bro.
including T-Bone1288 at gmail.com. Mercer's coming for you.
D-Wayne.
I love it. Dave Mercer will be running the show here when the weigh-in gets here. These anglers start checking in at 3 o'clock, I think, when the weigh-in starts. Now they say at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, it's right here on Bassmaster.com. We're going to see you tomorrow in a different spot to start out with at 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. We'll be coming to you on FS1 for the morning coverage. Very much looking forward to that. Ditto for Sunday as well. And, of course, the remainder of the coverage right here on Bassmaster.com and the digital platforms as well. Man, we have seen more of what Toledo Bend can offer today. It doesn't get to everybody. But boy, the ones we have focused on today have shown us some great, and due the respect that Dave was talking about.
That was a call to action from Mercer.
Absolutely. Let's get it going. Let's get the movement. Every movement has to start somewhere, so let's just start it here at Toledo Bend. 50 anglers trying to move into weekend competition. That's going to happen.
I think he was talking to you.
I hope not. I hope not. I try to spread the respect around. We respect you. We'll see you tomorrow, FS1. It's at 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
It's awesome. Bassmaster Live.
Yeah.